We will be starting soon. We will be starting soon. I'm just sending out the notifications right now. Hold on, give me 1 second. Be right back. And we're back. I don't know why my chat is not coming on the screen. I'm trying to fix that. I don't know what's up with the chat. Chat is not showing. I don't know why. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? I don't know what's up with the chat box. I don't know what's up with that. Why it's not showing, I have no clue. I have no clue why my chat box is not showing. I also need to change this thing. Hold on, let me see. Let me see here. Hold on, I'm trying to figure this out because it's bothering me. When things don't work how they're supposed to work, get real annoyed. Chat box is not working. I'm confused. My chat box is not working. Out of nowhere, it just stopped working. It was working today. It was working yesterday. I don't know, man. My chat box is acting up. I don't know why. Shout out to the chat. Please make sure. I don't know what's happening. Give me a second, y'all. I'm trying to figure this thing out. The crime network, all this stuff is where it's supposed to be. This thing is acting up. Let's see. Platforms, YouTube. I mean, everything is where it's supposed to be, but this fucking shit just not working. Guess it's one of those days. Let's see something. Okay, so that works. trying to troubleshoot because I don't like the fact that this thing's supposed to work and it's just not. So that works. That works. So these things work. These things is working. This chat box just not working. Background color black. Let's try red. Let's try. Let's try blue. All right, it's not gonna work. It don't look like it's gonna work. This ain't me. This is Streamlabs. I don't know. Shit just it's fucking up. So I guess we're gonna do without the chat box today. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the motherfucking chat. Sorry about the cursing. I'm kind of annoyed. I don't like when stuff that's supposed to work just don't work. It don't make sense to me, and I get real annoyed because I need to understand why this thing ain't working. I need to know why. And it don't just work early and then just stop working. That's not how that works, man. That's not how that goes. All right. Anyway, let's get to it. Let's Streamlabs with that bullshit because I'm fucking annoyed right now. I got a workaround I could do. I got another option. I have another option. You ain't stopping me. Hold on, let me get my other option. Wait a minute. Wait a goddamn minute. Hold on, we about to get to it, man. I'm still trying to see if I get this thing to do what it's supposed to do. But if not, I do have other options. I do have other options. I have other options. It's all good. Got options like this where I can put the actual chat on the screen. Bring it down. I still got options. I got stuff I can do. Oh, hold on. This resolution is bad. that's too small. Can't see it clearly though. I can't see the words clearly. It's gonna have to do it. Don't forget to change the live chat. It's oh, um, shit. You're right. Hold on. Hold on. Let me make sure I change it to live chat. Thank you. Come on, man. Are you kidding me? All right, it is on live chat. All right, we good to go. All right, we on live chat, y'all. We on live chat. What's this in the background here? All right, finally, finally, y'all. Sorry about that. Sorry about all the drama. I'm doing a lot in the background. Let me say hello to all the members, all the people with the memberships. Let me see how y'all doing. Hello to all the people watching, all the subscribers. Shout out to T, all the members. T, Sheila B, Miss Eve, 27 Durin, Thaddeus. It is what it is. J Dub, Katana, Dana Maria, D Grant, Alif CJ, Kobe Knowles, Distracting One, Gems Eye View, Long Live EA, Tesha Z's, Highly Favored, Uncle L, Go Getter, Relly Time TV, Sunrise 71, Steve A, Real Geechee 67 RCL, um, Trey Spectives, Evolve May, and Courtney Pete. Shout out to all the members. Shout out to all the subscribers. Shout out to the people that's watching. We about to get ready to do what we do. We got cases today. Um, this one's gonna be a long one. We're gonna be here for a while. So if y'all got time, this is what we doing. Um, hold on. We gonna get it ready. We about to get to our first case. This is parole board hearings. So as you know, guys, with the parole board hearings, um, inmates are up for parole, and they are going to have a interview with a panel of judges. That's part of the parole board hearing, and the parole board will then vote after the interview. They will then vote to decide whether or not the inmate will be granted parole. And right before they vote, I'll pause the video and put a poll in the chat where the audience gets to vote on whether or not they think that this will that they will get paroled or not. Um, Thank you to all the new members, the gifted memberships. Alif CJ has gifted Sugar Bear membership. Appreciate the new members. Um, yeah, so we're gonna do that vote, and we're gonna go from there. So I'm a little late, so let's get it started because I'm already late. In our first case,
also comments if he wishes. Then we'll have one of your family members to make a statement on your behalf. At the very end, before we vote, we will allow you to make a brief statement on your behalf. Do you understand the process?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Jones, you're currently 38 years old.
No, sir.
How old are you?
40.
Okay. Then a mistake was made in our report. You're 40 years old and you're a fifth felony offender. Your offense is unauthorized use of a motor vehicle. You were billed as an habitual offender. You were sentenced on April 23rd, 2009. You received a 30-year sentence. Your parole date was November 1st, 2017. And your adjusted good time date is 5/4/2037. Your full term date 4/3/38. Is this information correct?
Yes, sir.
If you're not aware, you have two of your brothers on the Zoom conference with us. I think it's Wilfred Jones and Jacob Jones. Jason Jones. Okay. And Jason will speak on your behalf. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your case has been assigned to me, so let me begin. Mr. Jones, in my notes, you're 40 years old, so I was correct. The report is wrong. You served 12 years on the 30-year sentence. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And according to my records, you only have 6 arrests as an adult, but you have 5 convictions. Is that about right?
Yes, sir.
And you had a hearing on April 18th, 2018, and you were denied. And you were denied for the reasons that you liked programs, you needed substance abuse program, law enforcement opposition, and prior criminal history with 5 felony convictions. Does that sound about right?
Yes, sir.
And you started getting busy after that hearing, and you've earned 375 days of good time. Since the last hearing, you completed Living in Balance, Part 1 and 2, Thinking for a Change, Hedge Your Rage, And I got to ask you about this program. The only person you cheat is you. Tell me about that program.
It's a good program. It teaches you a lot and show you that the only person that you can cheat is yourself.
Tell me something you learned from that program.
I learned a lot. It shows me that the only person that you help, not the only person that you help, but at the same time, you can only cheat yourself. Nobody else can do it but yourself.
And pretty much, I think it shows you that your actions hurt you more than anybody else.
It did.
I see where you have taken other faith-based programs. Are there any other programs that you've taken since the last hearing?
Smoker Sensation, about teaches you to stop smoking, and how can smoking show you how bad it is for us. I took Living in Balance, Cage of Rage, Anger Management, Cage of Rage.
I've mentioned those. Any other programs that you're taking?
No, sir.
Okay, now I'm going to be very candid with you, Mr. Jones. It's going to be difficult for this panel to see their way through releasing you. You've been on supervision on 5 different occasions. 5 different occasions. You've been revoked twice, and you've been terminated unsatisfactorily on 3 different occasions. You have law enforcement opposition. You have victim opposition. Besides that opposition, the victim is asking for restitution in an amount of $8,000. Was this restitution ordered by the judge when he sentenced you?
No, sir.
Were you aware that the victim is requesting $8,000 in restitution for equipment that he lost when you stole his vehicle?
No, sir. This is my first time hearing it.
Okay. So basically, that's something that you're going to have to take care of with your parole officer and the judge that sentenced you. If he doesn't order it, it's in limbo. So basically, I need you to know that he is requesting restitution. Besides that, you have a moderate risk assessment score, which tells this panel that you have a moderate chance of reoffending. You had a disciplinary write-up on November 18th, 2018, a number 12 for gambling. Tell me about that disciplinary write-up.
It was a sports ticket that was found under my mattress. And what I take full responsibility for it, you know.
Okay. And you were betting on which team?
I can't remember.
Okay. To your credit, you followed the recommendations of the last panel. They said you were liking in programs, and you've had great programs since the last hearing. You have a good transition plan, and I see that you've completed your high set degree. When did you get your DED?
In 2001.
Okay, so have you worked on any other educational endeavor since that?
Well, I couldn't get in no other educational programs because of the amount of time that I had.
Okay. Warren Cooley, would you like to make any remarks or comments?
I think the panel's made it clear what Offender Jones has done over the last few years. As indicated, he's been very active in programming. His last disciplinary, as you stated, was in November 2018. And like I said, he's been pretty committed since his last hearing to those issues.
Warren Cooley,
Yes,
he's completed Living in Balance. Do you think that he needs a substance abuse treatment program before release?
I would agree with that, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Marabella.
I think I'm on mute. Mr. Jones, good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
Mr. Jones, I've just got a few questions for you. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about your drug use. You are 40 years old, I think we've established. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been using drugs?
Well, it wasn't a drug problem. It was a alcohol problem.
Okay.
More than anything.
Have you ever used drugs?
Yes, sir.
What kind of drugs did you use?
Marijuana and pills.
What kind of pills?
Ecstasy.
Were you drinking at the same time?
Yes, sir.
And when did you start doing that?
I say 96, 97.
And how often would you smoke marijuana?
Occasionally, like if I'm going to the club or anything.
You know, Mr. Jones, it's interesting to me because the legislature did somewhat decriminalize marijuana. They didn't make it legal. They just reduced the offense for first offense. And a lot of people suggest, oh, well, it's okay to use marijuana and everything's fine. But, you know, marijuana leads to a lot of other things. It leads to pills, it leads to cocaine, it leads to a lot of other things. So especially for a person who's hoping to be paroled, marijuana has got to be off your list. It can't be used as a recreational drug to kind of calm your nerves. You got to figure out another way to calm your nerves. Do you understand what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
What sort of things have you learned in your classes while you've taken those in prison? And I do want to commend you for the outstanding work you've done since your last hearing. You were requested to do some programs, and you did a lot of programs. So tell me a little bit about those programs and how will you deal with the stresses of life other than going to alcohol and drugs?
It's just like was said earlier. The only person that can hurt you is yourself. And I learned from thinking for a change about the triggers, things that triggers you into doing into different situations. You know.
Tell me a little bit about your triggers.
Well, for instance, my trigger was the company that I kept, the alcohol, the drugs. You know, those was my triggers.
How old were you when you first started drinking?
I want to say 16, 17.
And what did you drink? Or what do you drink?
Beer.
Just beer or whatever you can get your hands on?
No, it's not whatever I can get my hands on. Gin and beer, that's about it.
All right. Have you ever had any treatment outside of the prison environment for alcohol or drugs?
No, sir.
Are you willing to, have you ever gone to AA meetings? Have you done AA meetings while you've been in prison?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever do AA meetings outside of prison?
No, sir.
Tell me what you think AA meetings do for you, if anything.
Well, I know for sure it teaches you a lot about addictions.
And
excuse me?
how many meetings have you gone to while you've been in prison?
A 6-month period.
How often?
Once a week.
Okay. And did you get anything out of that?
Yes, sir.
What sort of things did you get to help you from those meetings?
The more that I went, because at first it really wasn't, something that I wanted to do, but then I learned that the only way that you can get something out of something is that you got to realize that you had a problem. And the only way to rehabilitate is admitting that you have a problem, first of all. And it shows a lot, and it helps you with your problem.
Let me ask you a question. Do you believe you were cured of your alcoholism and drug addiction?
I believe so.
So
I feel that
you
I
don't
have
think,
been.
I'm sorry?
I feel that I have been.
Doesn't AA sort of teach you that it's an ongoing process, that you're never cured, that you are recovering, and recovery is an everyday, take it one day at a time type of thing?
Yes, sir.
Well, you believe you're cured? I mean, you don't think you need any more meetings or any more treatment or anything like that?
I would love the treatment because it's never enough to learn. It's always good to learn more.
Let me ask you this. Let's just suppose, for example, that this panel decided to release you on parole with very few restrictions. What would you do to help yourself to make sure you stay off drugs?
I would go to an outside patient, outside treatment.
Outpatient type treatment?
I can't hear you.
Are you talking about outpatient treatment?
Yes, sir.
What else would you do?
Watch the company that I keep.
All right. And what else?
Have a job. Which
How about AA meetings? Do you think AA meetings and NA meetings are important?
Yeah, it comes with the outpatient.
Mr. Jones, I'm just going to tell you that I've got a lot of friends who are either alcoholics or drug addicts. Many of them have been sober for many, many years. But when you talk to them, honestly, they'll tell you, I'm an alcoholic. I'm a recovering alcoholic. And it's a struggle every day. And oftentimes, there have been times where me and some of my friends were going somewhere, ball game or something like that. And they'd call me and they'd say, had a very rough day. Work's been horrible today. I got to go to a meeting. I can't make it tonight. That's the kind of thing you have to do for your future. My calculations, Mr. Jones, is that you were 17 when you were first arrested. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
At least as an adult.
Yes,
How long from that 17-year age until 40 years have you served in prison?
I can say I've been on 12 years, about 3.5. 15. I've been on 12 years. I've done 3.5 years. I can say at least 15, 16 years.
Almost half your life. Right?
Yes, sir.
How do you think, tell me your plan to stay out. because your history is not good. So tell me what your plan is to stay out. Very simple, just to, in 1 minute, tell me what your plan is that we won't see you again like this.
I used to take life for granted, thinking that I had everything figured out, thinking that I can get a slap on the wrist. I used to get slaps on the wrist, coming back and forth to jail, and on this charge here, unauthorized use of a motor vehicle, a charge that carries 2 years, to get 30 years, that should open your eyes. And the people that I lost since being in here, means a lot. Mother, father, things like that. And I have a 17-year-old son, who I'm really trying to be there for.
You get to talk to your, do you get to talk or visit with your son at all while you're in prison?
Yes, sir.
How often do you get to see him?
Well, I speak with him often, at least twice a week.
And your plans on being with him if you get paroled, how often do you expect to see him then?
Real often.
I hope that's incentive. I hope that's another incentive for you if you're granted parole to stay out of prison. Thank you. That's all I've got.
Ms. Wise.
You're on mute.
You're on mute, Pearl.
Okay, my colleagues have asked everything that I wanted to ask. I'm looking forward to hearing from your brothers, because in the report, it was some mention that they felt like you should go to a transitional work program before you get released. What do you say to that idea? I don't know if that's their view now. Do you think you need transitional work before you leave if you are successful today?
Yes, ma'am. I could use that.
Okay. And my condolences to you. I did read where you lost both of your parents while you were in jail, and I just want to extend my condolence to you for that.
Thank you.
The loss of your parents, your mother and your father, is what I understand. That's all I had, Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Wise. At this time, we would like to hear from Jason Jones. And Jason, are you with us?
Yes, sir.
Jason?
Can you hear me?
Yes. At this time, would you just
Hello?
give us?
Okay.
Jason, at this time, would you please give us some words about a statement about your brother, why you think he should be released early?
Well, like, I understand the wrong he's done and the people he's offended, but I also know that, everybody deserves a chance, and I honestly feel like he'll take advantage of that change, that this chance that's given, and make the best of it. I don't think he'll become a sixth offender. We're here to help him through transitioning from incarceration to freedom, and we're willing to help him become a more productive citizen. And we putting everything in God's hand, like, if it's God's plan, it's gonna work, and if not, we just pray that, well, it's gonna still work.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Jarman, would you like to make a final statement?
Yes, sir. I just hope that I get this opportunity. I hope that I prove to y'all that I deserve this opportunity. I know that I messed up in the past, but if you look at everything that I've accomplished, it should mean something. Even though, 30 years is a harsh time for something small, and that just shows me exactly.
Mr. Jones, let me stop you before you put your foot in it. Okay?
Yes,
You
sir.
you do not want to put your foot in it at this point of the game.
Yes, sir.
Okay, panel, are we ready to vote?
Yes.
Wow. What just happened? What was he about to say that was gonna mess his whole world up? Listen, they just stopped him and say, listen, what you about to say gonna mess you up, bro. You sure you might not want to say it. And stopped him from saying it. Oh man. All right, y'all. All right. This is hey. They just stopped him. They like, bro, we about to let you go and you about to say something and we gonna change our mind. Let me stop you right now. All right, I'm gonna put the poll in the chat. Y'all get your votes in. Get your votes in. Will the judges grant parole in this case? We got 5 minutes to vote. Get y'all votes in. I mean, it seems like his criminal history is what got him in this situation for 30 years. 30 years, you steal a car? Man, that's heavy. That is heavy. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. 30 years, isn't he 40? Yeah, but he's been down for a while already. He's been down for a while already. Like, his record is what really made what got him here. And then, it's almost like he's trying to make the case that the court did him unfair or unjust. And, bro, you don't want to say that. You don't want to make the case that the courts was being unjust to you. Especially when you asking them to give you leniency. You don't want to make it seem like they're unfair. You know what I mean? That's the last thing you want to do is try to make a case that the courts was unfair. These people are a part of the courts. They represent the courts. So, you say this type of stuff and they're going to have to, So, got to be careful with that. Got to be very careful with that. We got 2 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock to vote. 2 minutes and 50 seconds left to vote. Do y'all think the judge is going to grant parole in this case? This guy has been on supervision 5 different times. So that means that they done gave him a chance 5 times. That means that they wanted to let him go 5 times ago. They wanted to let this man go 5 times ago. And 5 times ago, he violated and ended up right back in. So it's like, man, How are they feeling about this now? I mean, I would like to let him go based on the fact that he did this amount of time for this crime, and then when you look at his record, you like, man, it's just the one they gave him time for real. Like this guy. And he's gonna have to pay $8,000 restitution. It's not a guarantee, but the victim is asking for that. The victim is asking for that. And he's saying for that's for stuff, a property that was in his car. What could be in this man's car that cost $8,000? What was in that car? I can't imagine. You can't have a sound system. You telling me a sound system and some speakers cost $8,000 currency? I don't know. Power tools, definitely. Definitely tools. Work equipment, definitely. Definitely work equipment. So that's pretty much where I would, because them tools is where the money is. That's what's gonna cost you all the money. Diamonds and jewelry, I doubt you would leave that in the car. We got 30 seconds left to vote, y'all. Get your votes in. We got 30 seconds left to vote, and then we'll hear the panel. We'll hear the judges put their votes in. Out. They said another car was in his car. Cause you could get a hoopty for like $2,000, man. Gosh, you can get a lemon for like $1,000. My goodness, what was in this car? All right, time is up. Time is up. Time to end the poll. Ending the poll. The poll is ended, and we have 34 votes. Will the judges grant parole in this case? 64% said yes, and 35% said no. So the majority says yes, but we got some people who don't think he's gonna get out. So let's see how it goes. Judges?
I will go first. Mr. Jones, you have a 30-year sentence and you've only served 12 years. That means at least 18 years on supervision. You'll be 58 years old in 18 years. Are you tired enough to do what's right, become a productive member of society, and follow rules and regulations?
Yes, sir.
You have to understand that you can't live as an ordinary citizen. You have restrictions. As Mr. Marabella says, you can't enjoy marijuana as a leisure way of getting stress. Because if you test positive for marijuana, you probably end up right back where you are right now. So you can't live a normal existence. You have restrictions. So remember that when you're released, okay?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Jones, I'm going to give you an opportunity, as I call it, the golden ticket. You can either take advantage of the golden ticket or squander the opportunity and end up back as a 6th felony offender. You know what's going to happen to you then?
Yes, sir.
You'll be an old man who's incarcerated. Now, because you have followed all the recommendations of the last hearing, you've completed great programs since the last hearing, good transitional program. You've completed your GED, and you have positive remarks from Warden Cooley. I'm going to vote to grant your request upon completion of a long-term substance abuse program. I'm suggesting a 9-month program. I'm a man of considerable age, and I've heard gin is one of the most addictive alcohols there is. So you need some extra tools in your toolbox so that when you become a free person, you can stay a free person. So I'm gonna recommend a 9-month program. After that program, you are to follow all recommendations of that program. You'll have a curfew from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. You are required, I don't usually do this, but I'm going to put, you are required to attend AA, NA meetings at least 3 times a week. And for the first 90 days, I want you to go to 90 meetings. It's called 90 meetings in 90 days to get started, to get familiar with the program. So to begin, the first 90 days, you'll have to go to 90 meetings. And then after that, you must attend 3 meetings each week. You are to have random drug screens. You are to do community service with at-risk youth, like 4 hours a quarter. Okay? You must pay victim restitution in the amount of $8,000 if ordered by the court. Do we understand all those conditions?
Yes, sir.
You will be a free man if you're released, but you will have obligations that you must meet. Mr. Marabella.
Mr. Jones, oftentimes when we have just paperwork to look at, the interview, the personal interview, oftentimes pushes us one way over, one side or the other over the edge of where we stand. I came in here with a very open mind and not really sure exactly what I was going to do. I was very impressed with all of the work that you had done since your last parole hearing. Obviously, I realized that they told you basically you needed to do those things, and you did them. And that's a good thing, and that's a plus for you. I guess I wonder, would you have done those had they not said, you got to do these for us to be able to let you out? But regardless, you did it, and that's a very positive thing. I impressed upon you the AA meetings and the significance of the AA meetings, because not only do they assist you in where you are at the particular time, they remind you of the priorities of life and the acceptance of responsibility. Mr. Roche did you an extreme favor by cutting you off just a few moments ago when you were downplaying your offenses. And you were suggesting that 30 years was too long for the crime that you committed. And while on an ordinary spectrum that might be true, but the reason for that is because of your history. We have a habitual offender law. And if a person continues to commit crimes, they can get sentenced more seriously under the law. And that's what the law is. We may not all agree with the law, but we have to obey it and we have to follow it. That is the law. You are in jail very legally on a 30-year sentence because of your past history. And you will come back to jail if you don't follow AA principles in the things that you've learned in staying off of drugs and staying clean. You have impressed me today in your discussion. I think you still have a good ways to go. I concur with Mr. Roche in his decision. I also concur in all of the requirements that he's placed upon you for a parole. So I'm going to vote to grant your parole with those conditions and for the reasons that Mr. Roche stated previously.
Ms. Wise?
Mr. Jones, likewise, when I was reading your report last night, I was wondering, and I still sense that you have a little chip on your shoulder about the criminal justice system. And let me urge you to go ahead and just knock that little chip off your shoulder, because you don't always see things the way other people see things. And that's just life. I concur with Mr. Roche's conclusion. My vote is to grant, reasons already stated, and for the conditions, under the conditions already stated. But I want you to provide proof to your probation parole officer of the 90 meetings in 90 days and of your attendance at AANA meetings. And I know with COVID-19, we don't know how that's going to go. And I want to add that as a stipulation. And I have been told that there are some online meetings for AANA that you can attend, that you can avail yourself of. Best wishes to you, sir.
Thank you.
Good luck to you.
Mr. Jones, you have received 3 votes to grant your early release. And I'm going to repeat the conditions because there are many conditions that you are going to be required to do. And I just want to put it on record that you have been informed. We have granted your request after completion of a long-term substance abuse program, preferably a 9-month program. You are to have a curfew from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. You are to follow all recommendations of that substance abuse program. You are to pay restitution in the amount of $8,000 if ordered by the court. You are required to attend AANA meetings at least 3 times a week to begin 90 meetings in 90 days. You are to do community service with at-risk youth, and you are to have random drug screens at the discretion of your parole officer. Good luck. You have a good day.
Thank you.
Have a seat outside.
All right. Well, that was good news. That was good news. He's getting off, yo. He's getting off. Now, now let's get on to the next one. On to the next one. Hello everyone. Welcome to Web Crime Network. Our PayPal and donation link is working now. Messages do not get read on this channel. So any donations will not be read, but they will definitely be acknowledged. I want to thank everybody that has sent Cash App and or PayPal and or Super Chat. And thank you to all the new members. We see that Lovey Star Beating has become a new member. So, on to our next case. If you'd like to support this channel, you can support me at Wabbit Crime Network at Cash App, at Wabbit Crime Network at PayPal, or you can hit the link in the chat box, the anonymous donation link, which is a PayPal link, which will get an alert to pop up on the screen with a thank you. or you can hit the super chat. Our next case is here, and this is a inmate who is up for parole. He's at the parole board, and the panel of judges on the parole board will hear him out, interview him, and decide whether or not they will grant him parole. Before they make their decision and make their vote, I will pause the video and put a poll in the chat for the audience to vote on whether or not they think that the judges will grant parole in this case. And then, after the results are read, I will then play the results from the judges and their vote. Shout out, salute to It Is What It Is. Shout out to you for gifting a membership. And Roll Witch was gifted a membership by It Is What It Is. All right. So we on to our next case. I'll be in the chat until it's time to vote.
Elaine Hunt Correctional Center. With his staff at Elaine Hunt, introduce yourself.
Christy LeBlanc, classification.
Joe Buttress, Assistant Warden.
Thank you very much. We are ready for our first case. Ms. Teresa?
Yes, sir. Our first case is Alan Morehead, DOC 707-386. We have one participant, Lori Morehead. She's a sister and she would like to speak in support.
Thank you, Ms. Teresa. Good morning, Mr. Morehead.
Good morning.
Would you please give us your full name and your Department of Corrections ID?
Alan Joseph Morehead, 707-386.
Thank you, Mr. Morehead. You heard the introduction of the panel members. My name is Alvin Roche. We have Mr. Anthony Marabella and Ms. Pearl Watts. Let me explain the process to you. I will read some information into the record, then we will conduct a parole hearing with you. At the appropriate time, we allow the warden at Elaine Hunt, Warden Hooper, to make comments or remarks if he wishes. Then we allow your sister, Ms. Lori Morehead, to make a statement on your behalf. At the very end, before we vote, we will allow you to make a statement on your behalf. Do you understand the process?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Morehead, you're currently 36 years old?
Yes, sir.
And you are a 6th felony offender. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And your offenses are illegal possession of stolen things, $500 or more, and you were billed as an habitual offender. You were sentenced on 3/30/16. You received a 9-year sentence at hard labor. Your parole date was that magical date, November 1st, 2017. You have an adjusted good time date of June 22nd, 2023, and a full term date of 5/17/2024. Is this information correct?
Yes, sir.
We're going to start the interview this morning with Mr. Marabella.
Good morning, Mr. Morehead. How are you?
Okay, and how are you, sir?
I'm doing very well, thank you. Mr. Morehead, I've got a few questions for you. You've been in jail now on these charges for approximately 5 years. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How old were you when you first went to prison?
17 years old, sir.
And that would have been what year? Was that 2001?
Yeah, 2001.
Most of your charges, as I see, have been thefts, burglary, property type crimes, as well as drug crimes. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
How long have you served in prison from the time you were 17 until today?
I'm like 8 years.
you have been placed on supervision 3 different times. And what was the result of those supervisions?
Revocation,
And why is that?
because I got back incarcerated.
I'm sorry?
Because I was incarcerated. That's
You
how
mean you got rearrested for something?
Yes, sir.
I guess my question is not practically what a revocation means. Why do you continue to get revoked when you're on supervision?
So I choose to make wrong mistakes, sir. I make bad mistakes.
Well, tell me how, as you before us today, how today is any different than any of the other 3 times you were placed on supervision and were revoked.
Well, in 2019, sir, I was diagnosed with cancer, and I've gotten a lot older since then, and I've known I made terrible mistakes when I was younger, things that I shouldn't have did. There's different ways I could have took. I chose the wrong way. Currently in college, trying to better myself, and I'm going to continue to do it. That's all I could say for myself. You know, I'm trying to accomplish things before my cancer gets worse or anything get worse in my life. You know,
What sort of cancer were you diagnosed with?
I was diagnosed with cancer in my larynx, on my voice box. I did 35 radiation treatments, and continuing the process as we speak.
Now, you've done a substantial number of programs while you've been in prison. Tell me about those programs.
I'm currently in Ashland University. I'm on my 5th semester for my associate's degree. I did the transition program. I did pre-release. I did Cage of Rage.
And when did you do those programs? How long ago?
This has been within the past year and a half. I started college in 2018, though.
Your prior incarcerations, how is this? Did you ever do any programs the last few times you were in prison?
No, sir.
And why now?
Well, because when I got here, I learned that in order to better myself, that I have to do the program. I have to rehabilitate myself, not just for purposes of parole, but for purposes of myself, you know. And by taking the college courses that I'm in right now, it's really bettering me in a lot of different ways.
Let's talk a little bit about your drug or alcohol problems. Have you done drugs in the past?
Yes, sir.
What kind of drugs?
Marijuana.
Anything else? Stronger?
No,
Even
sir.
experimenting?
No, sir.
Alcohol?
No, sir.
Have you had any treatment for marijuana?
Yes, sir.
What kind of treatment?
While at Allen, I got wrote up for smoking marijuana, well, synthetic marijuana, and they had a substance treatment that I had to go through while in the blocks.
Since then, have you had any more write-ups for smoking marijuana?
No, sir.
How many write-ups had you had in the past for smoking marijuana?
Just one. No, well, I have 2 write-ups from Allen.
You also have a federal detainer on you. Is that correct? You've got another year to serve in federal prison.
Yes.
On top of the sentence that you have currently today?
Yes, sir.
And that was a theft-related sort of offense?
Well, yes, sir. It was for conspiracy, interstate traffic, and it was part of my revocation. for this conviction that I got right now. I have to serve the year for them for this revocation, or that part of revocation.
I note you had 2 disciplinary write-ups in 2018, both of which were for contraband. One of the contrabands was apparently marijuana.
Yes.
What was the other?
They both were the contraband. Well, one day
Both were marijuana?
Yeah, one day they wrote me up, and the next day they wrote me up. It was 2 write-ups for behind the same thing.
Tell me about your plan, assuming that you get out. I assume you'll have to go, if we parole you, I assume you'll have to go and do your federal time. Is that right?
Yes, sir. That's my plan. My plan is to go and continue to climb this mountain that I've got myself in, you know. I mean, in order for me to continue on, or to go to work release, or to a halfway house, or something like that, I have to get this detainer out the way that I have. And the federal government, they have also the same type of programs as DOC that I have to complete in order to go to a halfway house, to get a job, to try to continue on to better myself.
Have you looked into any of those programs in the federal prison?
Yes, when I did my federal time, you have to do substance abuse, you have to do pre-release again, you have to do educational programs. They have college there. They have all different types of trade programs I could take that I can't take right now due to the detainer.
I think that's all the questions I have.
Ms. Wise.
Oh, I have no questions.
Mr. Morehead, I have a couple of questions, plus I need to enter some information into the record. As I said before, you are a 6th felony offender with 18 adult arrests, and you were the 6th felony offender by the age of 30. That sounds about right?
Yes, sir.
You've been convicted of 6 felonies before the age of 30. Did you lose the 30 days good time for the marijuana?
Yes, sir.
You've been on supervision 3 different occasions and revoked all 3 times, 204, 208, and 216. The entire legal community, from the judge, the DA, law enforcement, is opposed to your early release. You have victim opposition. You have a positive drug screen in 218. You have 2 write-ups in 218. And you have a write-up in 2019 on February 24th, 2019. What was that for?
As for, I had a bowl on top of a box, and they wrote me up and gave me a suspended.
So they gave you a Class B write-up for having a bowl in the wrong place.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you've heard everything I've just read. Why would you vote for Alan Morehead to be released early?
Well, sir, because like I said before, all the other places that I've been in prison, I didn't go to any programs. I didn't participate in anything. When I got to Elaine Hunt and Allen Corrections, I started participating in programs, and I think they've changed me for the better. And I could still continue on in federal custody. I still can continue going to college. I'm gonna do more programs when I get there because it's mandatory that I do that in order to be released back into society.
Mr. Morehead, and I believe you, but I tend to give it less credence because you've had a disciplinary write-up only 15 months ago.
Well, sir, the situation with the last write-up that I had was I had let someone use my bowl and I was sleeping at the time. And the guy didn't wake me up to give me the bowl back. He's just sitting on my box. And at Allen Corrections, they were really strict about having anything on your box. And when I woke up that morning, they gave me a write-up for having the bowl on top of the box.
Okay. How long were you at Allen?
I was at Allen for like a year.
So you knew the rules and regulations, and you lent a fellow inmate some of your property, which was probably against the rules also, and he didn't give it back to you in time for you to put it where it was supposed to be.
Sir.
That's pretty much what it was?
Sir.
Okay. At this time, Warden Hooper, would you like to make any remarks or comments? Warden Hooper, you muted.
Got to unmute. Y'all got to unmute me.
There you go.
All right. I do have. He came to hunt in July 8th of 19 for medical reasons. He has a moderate risk on his risk factor score. I do have concerns. He does have the 2 write-ups at Allen, actually 3, 2 contrabands. Both of them were for synthetic marijuana. He had synthetic strips. So he is violating rules while he's still in prison. And that is a concern. It looks like he might have lost 90 days on the first one and 30 days on the second one. I'm going to have to get it cleared up because the record is only showing he lost 30 days. Good time.
Thank you, Warden Hooper. At this time, Ms. Morehead, would you unmute your mic? At this time, the sister of Alan Morehead, Ms. Lori Morehead, would like to make a statement.
Hello.
Yes.
Good morning to everyone. I would just like to say that in light of everything that I just heard, that is my brother. Love him dearly. With everything with his medical that he's been going through, I believe that's the determining factor of what's changing him. He sees that health is wealth. I mean, it doesn't matter where you at or whatever. I believe that's the determining thing right there for him, that he realized that his life is right before him. The whole life that he did, you know, in and out of jail. Now he's faced, when he had this cancer, I believe he kind of see a bigger picture, that life is more than going in and out of jail. I believe with all that going on, I believe that kind of enlightened him to get into these programs, to start wanting to change himself, you know, in jail. If he is placed outside of, you know, if he's placed out here in society with us, myself and my brother, we will be there for him to help him. It is a big struggle for us all, but if he's there, we're not trying to, you know, get him back in jail. We're going to be there to help him for whatever program, you know, he needs to go to. We'll be the ones to be there for him and make sure he gets, what he's supposed to need. In light of everything, we're always there for him, and it will take him to, want to do right. I can't make a grown man do anything. I'm there for support. I'm there for support. I'll call the cops. He know it. I'll call the cops. If I see anything wrong or whatever, I have kids. My brother have kids. I'm the type of person I will call the cops if I see anything wrong, and he does know that. That's basically, we're there for support, and I believe the medical condition is what kind of, changed him.
Thank you, Ms. Morehead. I have 3 sisters. I understand fully.
Okay.
At this time, Mr. Morehead, would you like to make a final statement?
Yes, sir. If granted parole, like I said, it's just gonna help me continue on. Like I said, I still have a consecutive sentence to go to the federal prison for a year. I still have to go do that. I'll accomplish more programs. I'm trying to better myself, and I'm just asking y'all if y'all can believe in me. I know I've been through a lot. I know I did a lot of things. I'm just asking for y'all to have faith in me, let me do it.
Thank you, Mr. Morehead. Panel, are we ready to vote?
Can we go into executive session just for a moment?
Yes. Teresa? Pearl, give me a second.
I second.
Mr. Roche?
Yes.
Ms. Pearl?
Yes.
Mr. Marabella?
Yes.
All right. This is a first for me. I guess they about to go have a meeting before they vote. So I'm gonna skip through that part, and we're gonna get to when they come back. Let's get to when they come back. Yeah, so they deliberated. I don't know why. They went to deliberate before they voted. Man.
Are we ready, Ms. Teresa? Is the panel ready to vote?
Yes.
All right, the panel's ready to vote, y'all. We about to put we're gonna put the votes in the chat, the poll in the chat, and you guys get your votes in. Get your votes in. Get your votes in. I don't know. 6th felony offender. Extensive criminal history. Oh man, these be the things that don't let you go home. These be the things that make you stay there. So, for the record, and shout out to Ms. G, a new member. Thank you for joining the Rabbitry on the Wabbit Crime Network. Yeah, get your votes in. We got 4 minutes to vote. 4 minutes, 10 seconds. So, I'm thinking his sister helped as well. I'm thinking that it wasn't until the sisters spoke that they decided, you know what, maybe we're gonna change our mind. I think that they was all set on not granting this guy parole. I think they was not gonna grant him parole, and I think that they are now gonna grant it to him after his sister spoke. I think the sister's statement was like the icing on the cake. I think they could have went either way, but I think that the sister's testimony could have shifted. Um, or it could have done nothing. Or it could have made no difference and they're gonna not let him go anyway. Um, yeah, I think the 911 her saying that she's willing to call 911, that kind of assures them that, you know, at least he'll be in check. There's somebody that's gonna look and even reprimand him. Yeah, and the health as well. Um, you know, I think all that plays a part. It made no difference to you. Hey, it could be exactly that. It could be that it made absolutely no difference. The fact that he still has to do a year in the feds, it's like, bro, you a criminal. you owe jail time in all different types of judicial systems. The feds, the state, like, gosh, you, like, man. To see if she called on him before. Maybe they did check to see if she called on him before. Maybe they did. You might be right. Man got time on standby. Word, he got time waiting for him. When he finished this time, there's time waiting on him. They're like, oh, you finished with that one? Come do me now. Come do me now. That's it. Because imagine, in his situation, he just trying to get parole so he could go to the other jail. So he could hurry up and get to the other jail. He just trying to get paroled. Because no matter how long he's staying there, when he come out, he got to go to the other jail. So that's like, man, he just want to hurry up and get out of this one so he could hurry up and start the other jail so he could finish the other jail. Man, crime does not pay, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, a lot of these guys done wasted a lot of years of their life in jail. So, you know, it wasn't the best experience. But it's life lessons, man. It's definitely life lessons. Take one set of cuffs off and put on another. All right, we got 25 seconds. Actually, 20 seconds left to vote. Get your votes in. Get your votes in. Get your votes in. We got 10 seconds, and then we're closing the poll. 5 seconds. And we're closing the poll. Wow. Imagine that. Will the judges grant parole in this case? 32 votes. And we got a split 50-50. 50% said yes, and 50% said no. Wow. You guys are completely split. This is a room divided. Completely split. Man, the same amount of people that's going to be right is the same amount of people that's going to be wrong. Is it? Oh, man. Hold on. Didn't I close the poll? Why another poll just popped up? Oh. All right. All right, y'all. This one is a split decision. The audience is split down the middle. Something like this can cause a riot in the chat. You know, we got a country divided right now. All right, all right, y'all. Let's see how it goes.
Okay. Mr. Marabella.
Mr. Morehead,
Yes, sir.
I have reviewed your file. It's in its entirety, and going back to my initial comments, you have a lot of property crimes and drug-related crimes. You've indicated to me that, you only smoked marijuana, nothing more significant than that. Yet, while in prison, you continue to smoke marijuana. You have been released on supervision 3 times, and you have been revoked 3 times. You have done some very significant programs in prison, and I certainly commend you for that. However, you still are getting write-ups, or you were getting write-ups for marijuana, a substance that is a crime and something that you have downplayed. I'm concerned about that. I'm very concerned about that. I'm going to suggest, I'm going to deny your parole today, but I'm going to suggest that you do more in the area of substance abuse in the state facility. And then the next time you come up before the board and you have completed those programs and don't have any future write-ups, my vote, if I'm still here, might be differently, and if I'm on the panel. So I vote to deny for those reasons.
Ms. Wise.
Sir, I appreciate everything that my colleague has indicated. However, my vote is to grant to the federal detainer only. That is my vote. Because of the time that you have served and the medical concerns that you are experiencing. And that is my vote.
Thank you, Ms. Wise. Mr. Morehead, you have received 1 vote to deny, 1 vote grant. My decision is based upon an extensive criminal background with 6 felony offenses, with opposition from the entire legal community, the judge, the DA, law enforcement, a terrible supervision history, where you've been on supervision on 3 occasions and revoked all 3 times. A moderate risk assessment, which tells this panel that you might have a moderate chance of reoffending. A positive drug screen in 2018, and a general disciplinary conduct that is totally unacceptable, with 2 disciplinary write-ups in 2018 and 1 in 2019. My vote is to deny your request. You have received 2 votes to deny, 1 vote to grant to a federal retainer. Your request for early release has been denied. You have a good day.
That's it.
Wow. Wow. Okay. Wow. All right. there's 50% of the people here that didn't see this one coming. Now, I do have to say, I'm not sure how it works when it's not unanimous. So if he was to get 2 to grant and 1 to deny, does that mean he goes home? Or does it have to be unanimous? I don't know. I don't know, y'all. I'm thinking that it has to be unanimous. But I could be wrong. Yeah, that one was an interesting one. Y'all ready for the next one? We're on to the next one. On to the next one. That was yeah. 2 gets him out. Okay. Hey, that's better chances you can get 2 out of 3. Yeah, maybe one will. Maybe one will. Majority rules. Okay. We're on to the next one. If you guys want to support this page, please hit me on the Wabbit Crime Network Cash App or Wabbit Crime Network at PayPal. Or you can hit the link in the description, in the Nightbot link for the PayPal. Or you can hit the link at the top of the chat. Did I put the link at the top of the chat? Nope, I didn't. Hold on. Let me put it. Or you can hit the donation link at the top of the chat. Let me get it. All right. And I'm going to pin that. Right. Or you can hit the donation link at the top of the chat. Anybody sends donations through that link, they will see an alert pop up like this. It says thank you for your donation. You'll also have your name scrolling at the top. Hold on. Hold up. Ticker. All right, well, that's the right one. Seems to be the right one. All right, let's go over this before we get started. Let's go over this one more time. Once again, we are watching a parole hearing. Inmates is up for parole and they're trying to get released. They're going in front of the parole board. The parole board will interview them, and then they will vote and decide whether or not they will grant them parole. You're going to hear the details of the case as far as what they're in for, how long they've been in, and what's the sentence. Before the judges vote, we will pause the video, and I will drop the poll in the chat so that audience can vote on whether or not they think that the judges will grant parole or deny parole in this case. Then, after the results are read, I will then play the judges' results to see if anybody was correct on their assumptions. And without any more of me talking, let's go. I'm in the chat.
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Good morning. This is the Committee on Parole. Today is May 28th, 2020.
Hold on. As a matter of fact, let me switch. I'm at 203. I'm at 203. And yeah, let me switch to that. 203. Here we go. All right.
We're ready whenever you are, Miss Teresa.
Now this is my version of the video. I got the watermark. I got the rabbit crime thing at the bottom. Now I had to wait for it to finish editing, and it was taking kind of long, so I had to use the regular video until. But here we go. Now we got my video on the screen.
Yes, sir. Mr. Roche, can we please start the preliminary first?
Okay, and we're at Louisiana State Penitentiary. Am I
That
correct?
is correct. Yes, sir.
Good morning. This is the Committee on Parole. Today is May 28th, 2020. Time is 10:18 a.m. My name is Alvin Roche. I will chair the hearings this morning. Would the panel introduce yourself? Ms. Wise, you muted. Mr. Marabella, you muted.
Good morning. My name is Tony Marabella.
Good morning. My name is Pearl Wise.
Would the staff at headquarters introduce yourself?
Teresa Dorn.
Leah Roden.
John Pocha.
Our remote location today is Louisiana State Penitentiary. Warden Bernard, would you please introduce yourself and your staff?
Yes, sir. Good morning. I'm Darrell Vanoy. I'm the warden.
Stephanie Lamarnier, Deputy Warden.
Reginald Admiral, classification.
Jane Babel, Offender Record.
Maurice Rapp.
It is great to see the staff at Louisiana State Penitentiary. I sort of missed the faces, and everybody's doing well.
Yes, sir. We're doing well. Thank you. It's nice to see all of you this morning.
Amen. Amen.
We are ready for our first case. Would Mr. Dillon introduce yourself, give your full name, and the Department of Corrections ID?
My name is Travis Dillon. My ID is 588646.
Thank you. And I think you were tuned in when I introduced the panel. I'm Alvin Roche, Mr. Tony Marabella, and Ms. Pearl Wise. Let me explain the process to you. I will read some information into the record. Once that information is in the record, we'll conduct a parole interview with you. At the appropriate time, we'll ask make comments or remarks. Then we'll let one member of your family make a statement on your behalf. At the very end, before we vote, we will allow you to make a statement on your behalf. You understand the process?
Yes, sir, I do.
Mr. Roche, just to interrupt real quick.
Yes.
We do have 3 participants.
Yes, I would just ask you to introduce them.
Yes, sir. We have Constance Dillon. She's the mother, and she will be speaking on behalf of Travis. We have Andrea Bickham, also in support. She's a cousin. And we have Randy Meyer. He's the ADA from Jefferson Parish.
Thank you. Welcome. We really appreciate you joining us today so that we can make a very detailed and very honest appraisal of his accomplishments and make a decision that is in the best interest of public safety. Let me read the information into the record. Mr. Dillon, you're currently how old?
30 years old. I'll be 31 next month.
Okay. And you're a second felony offender. Your current offense is possession with intent to distribute heroin, possession with intent to distribute cocaine. You were sentenced on 7/21/14. You received 15 years on each count, and they are running concurrently. So your total sentence is 15 years. Your parole date was 10/15/2017. Your adjusted good time date is February 20th, 2028. Yeah, I see that you just recently lost 30 days off the good time date. Is there a recent disciplinary write-up?
Yes, sir. I had caught a write-up. I was going to the restroom 2 o'clock in the morning, and the cadet,
Sir, when was this write-up?
March 26, 2019.
March 26th. So that's the same write-up you had last time you appeared before this panel.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So basically, it's been over a year. What was that write-up for? Disobedience?
No, sir. 21E.
Okay, that's sufficient. Sufficient. And your full term date is 1/15/29. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This case has been assigned to Ms. Pearl Wise. Ms. Wise?
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Call out for the record how much time you've served on this sentence.
6 years.
Okay, 6 years. Okay. I want to commend you. I see you got your GED on September the 27th of 2018. Good job.
Thank you, ma'am.
I know your mother was proud.
Yes, she was.
Okay, great. I see that.
Let me interrupt 1 second, please. Mr. Dillon, leave your mic open. While you're answering questions, leave your mic.
We'll do that for him.
Oh, okay. As I thought they were controlling it. Okay.
You good?
Okay. Let's review your you a second offender, so you haven't been down this road very long. But I want to review. You were originally sentenced November 30th of 2012 until July 21st of 2014. That was your supervision period. And you got revoked December the 20th of 2012. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So you were on supervision for less than a month, a little over a month the first time.
No, it was a little over 4 months.
Oh, 4 months.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, 4 months. Okay. So, and you caught the next felony charge of drug distribution. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And there were a few other arrests in between.
No, it was in a
So
drug.
what now?
It wasn't a drug distribution. It was a possession with intent.
Okay, that's what possession with the intent. We call that a distribution.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yeah. And so, and most of your charges was heroin and cocaine. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So you a dealer, user, or both?
Both.
What age did you start using?
Let's see, about 20.
And you're 30 now.
Yes, ma'am.
So tell me about your progression with drug use. At age 20, you started with what?
I started popping Percocets. Eventually that led to using.
I'm sorry, it cut off, so I didn't hear your answer.
I had started taking Percocets. Then eventually I got the heroin. I really just was having the crack just to support my heroin use.
Well, where did the Percocet come from?
Oh, I had got a teeth pulled when I was 20. And when I got my teeth pulled, I was taking Percocets and I liked the feeling. So I got addicted to them real quick. Okay. One thing led to another, made it all the way up to heroin.
Yep, it will do that. Okay. And so what age did you drop out of high school?
I was 19.
Huh?
I was 19.
Oh, so were you in regular classes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If you are successful today, where would you live and how would you support yourself?
I would live with my mother. She just recently mortgaged a house in St. Tammany Parish, expecting me to come home. And I would, I learned the trade while I've been in prison welding. I would go try to work in that field.
Okay, I saw that you graduated from the welding program.
Yes, ma'am.
And something about metal fabrication.
That's what I'm doing right now, working for prison enterprises, working and learning also at the same time, apprenticeship program.
Oh, okay. Is this your first job?
No, ma'am. I've been working since I've been in prison.
Okay, that's why I was asking. Did you have a job on the street?
Oh. No, I had one job. I worked at McDonald's for a little while.
At where?
McDonald's.
Okay.
On my first.
So tell me, go ahead.
On my first prison sentence, I had went to work release. I had worked at the chicken plant for like 8 months till I was released.
Okay. So tell me more about this apprenticeship that you're in now.
Well, basically, it's like we build beds, benches, anything that the state need, and I'm learning trade and I'm working at the same time.
Okay. Do you have any kind of letter of recommendation from your teacher, your instructor, anybody in the program?
No, ma'am. Well, we haven't been working or going to the program now because of what's been going on, the virus that's been going on. So.
Oh, okay. Because you got moved there, February the 3rd. So you haven't really been in the program very long.
No, ma'am.
Okay, I guess the warden will bring us up to date on that when he fills us in. And I do want to advise you that you have law enforcement opposition and the DA's office opposition. They'll be speaking in a minute. But I want to commend you. You got 45 days of programs. Call out for me the programs that meant the most to you. Just call out the names of them.
Well, Living in Balance program really, Living in Balance, critical thinking, and a lot of my religion programs I was going to, it really put me in a different mindset. Let me know where I was. Let me really know about addiction, because I really didn't know nothing about no addiction or nothing like that. I just was doing a lot of stuff that I thought was fun and getting high and stuff. But now I really know about these things and I know the problems they cause. And I'm just glad I was able to go through it.
Okay, but you had one gun charge. What was that about? It was a misdemeanor gun charge, but they I think they dismissed it or something.
Yeah, they dismissed it. I think on my first conviction when I had caught the distribution, they had came in my house and they found a gun. When they expedited a search warrant, they found a gun in my room.
Okay, well, since I've been on this panel, and I as a matter of fact, yesterday we saw a young man who was 70 years old, still in prison.
Yes, ma'am.
He got his last charge in his 60s. So Travis, I'm just trying to figure out for my vote, and all my colleagues are trying to figure out too, what can we do to make sure that Travis, 30 years from now, don't be that man? So what do you think you need to stay clean and sober? What's your plan to stay clean and sober and crime free?
My plan to stay clean and sober is just my mother. She sacrificed so much. She sacrificed so much for me. I'm her only child or whatever.
Start over because we couldn't hear you for some reason. I could tell you were talking, but I couldn't hear you.
Yes, ma'am. My plan to stay free and sober and crime free is my mother. You know what I mean? I understand all the sacrifices she made for me since I've been in prison, and I understand that she really loved me, and And I don't want to do this no more. I really don't. Yeah. I'm not a bad person. I just got caught up in a lot of messed up stuff. I really changed my life since I've been in prison.
Now, you say you got caught up, but you know, you've had some classes on decision making. You don't talk like you've had, you know, you said you got caught up, or was it a decision you made?
You know, I made some bad decisions. That's what it was. Decision, but I know I done rehabilitated myself to where I could make better choices in life now. Classes that I took helped me out with that. Like from every class I took, I take something from every class I took to build a new me.
Okay. Do you? One thing I don't see you've had is any kind of long-term substance abuse treatment. Do you think you need that?
It wouldn't hurt. But I think I have like 3. I'd have been in 3 substance abuse classes. When I was at Rayburn, I was going to ongoing NAAA ongoing. We meet every Monday, and you know.
Do you think that's something you would do on the outside, continue with NAAA?
Yes, ma'am.
You were going once a month?
Once a week, every Monday.
Oh, once a week. I thought you say what now?
Every Monday.
Oh, good. I thought you said monthly. Yeah, that sounds better. So, but the thing, my concern is that you have not finished the welding trade, and of course, we don't know when it's going to start back.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the only thing. So you don't really have a job skill if you get released.
I have parts of my certification in welding that I had got from welding school that I was in when I was at Rayburn. So.
Oh, okay.
I got
all right.
I got an SCPR card letting me know, you know, everything that I could do with the welding.
It's called an SPCR card?
NCCER.
Okay, ER code. Okay. All right. Warden, could you please update us on how this young man is doing?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
I can now.
Yes, ma'am. We received him on the February the 3rd of 2020 and placed him into the welding LFAB program, like he was explaining to you. He's had no write-ups since he's been here. I'm looking at his disciplinary record. He's had 7 write-ups since being incarcerated. None since the last one of 3/26/19. So, you know, he was going to that welding school. He wasn't in very long before the COVID-19 arrived, and that's been shut down. So he really hadn't had a chance to work since the middle of March.
All right. Thank you, Warden. That's all I had, Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Wise. Mr. Marabella.
Mr. Dillon, I've got a couple of questions for you. Did you graduate high school or did you get your GED?
I received my high set since I've been in prison. Only reason I graduated high school because I couldn't pass the math part of the LEAP test. You know, that's a required testing. You need that test.
So you actually went 12 years of high school?
I went 13. I had repeated 12th grade one time.
All right. And how old were you when you finally got out of high school?
19 when I stopped going.
All right. And did you work when you got out of high school? Tell me what you did when you got out of high school.
I worked at McDonald's for a little while, and then, you know, I started just doing whatever.
When did you start using drugs for the first time? Marijuana, whatever you used, when did you first start using drugs?
I was about 19, going on 20. You know, just started smoking, hanging with people I was hanging with, smoking with them.
You didn't smoke any marijuana while you were in high school or anything like that?
No, ma'am. No, sir. No, sir. No, sir.
And so when did you start? What was the first drug you started using?
Marijuana.
And when did you start using that, and how long were you using it? How often? How often were you using it?
I was using it. I started when I was like 19. I had just made 19. I was using it every day, all day. I was abusing it.
And when did you start on Percocet?
Like a year later, I had when I got my teeth pulled. I used to grind my teeth when I sleep, and I had a hole in my teeth, so I had went made a dentist appointment and got my teeth pulled. And the dentist she prescribed me the Percocet.
How long did you work at McDonald's?
I had worked like 4 months the first time, then I had quit it, then I got hired back there, then I worked like eight months, maybe.
Who did you live with at the time?
Me and my grandmother.
When did you start selling drugs?
When I started selling drugs, like I probably was like 19, I started selling weed, you know, just to keep me smoking. Just to keep.
So you were selling drugs before you got hooked on Percocet?
Yes, sir.
Tell me what you think about selling drugs.
Now that I learned
let's talk first about marijuana.
Marijuana, I feel like marijuana is like a recreational drug. I feel like it could be controlled or whatever, but you know.
Do you understand marijuana is illegal?
Yes, sir, I understand.
It may have been decriminalized somewhat, but nevertheless, it is still a crime. Even 14 grams or less is a crime.
Yes,
Do you
sir.
understand that?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand how people, have you ever seen anybody get really messed up on marijuana?
Yes, sir.
Rob places?
Yes, sir.
Because of drugs?
Yes, sir.
Get in a car and kill people because of drugs?
Yes, sir.
And you were selling that to people?
Yes, sir. That's before I really took all that into effect. I learned all that in all the classes I've been taking since I've been incarcerated. So I really do feel some type of way that I really feel bad. I really feel bad.
When did you move from selling marijuana to more hard drugs like cocaine and heroin?
I really wasn't selling heroin, I was using it, but I was selling the cocaine because I wasn't using cocaine to get heroin.
Let's talk about the Percocet. How often were you, after you had you got a prescription for Percocet?
Yes, sir.
And then what did you start doing? Buying off the streets?
Yes, sir.
And how often were you using heroin, Percocet, whatever opiates you were using?
Every day.
And for how long did you do this every day?
Up until the time that I went to prison.
And how many times have you been in prison?
This is my third time in prison. I only have 2 convictions, but you know, I had got out on my good time, and I had violated my parole or whatever. So
how did you violate your parole?
Possession of cocaine and heroin.
Okay. So the only time you don't use drugs is when you're in prison. So far.
Yes, sir. That's what it was before I rehabilitated myself.
So tell me what kind of drug treatment you've taken so far. You told me that you took some classes.
Yes,
what
sir.
sort of drug treatment did you do?
I did living in balance, AA NA 12 step. I had a NAAA class, an ongoing class I was going to, and a lot of other classes that I went to. We really talk about those issues like using drugs, because drugs really be the epicenter of all the things that's going on. Everything that's happening bad that's happening in the community, it'd be because of drugs mostly.
You do realize that the drugs that you chose to take, heroin, Percocet, and that like, are the most addictive drugs. They're the most difficult to break.
Yes, sir.
And oftentimes they can only be broken with some sort of medical intervention.
Yes, sir.
So how are you going to be able to stay off of those drugs? And consequently, staying off drugs, not selling drugs, and going back to prison. Tell me how it is you're going to do that. Now, in prison, you haven't been doing drugs, you've got a clear head, and I believe all of that.
Yes,
But
sir.
what happens when you get back on the street with your buddies? How are you going to convince me that you're not going to go back to the same thing? You've been in prison before, you've gotten out, you've gone right back to those drugs because they are so addictive. Went back to prison, and now you tell me you've learned some things. Tell me how I can feel comfortable saying, I'm going to give this man a break. He's not going to go back out in that community and sell drugs to my nephew, my cousin, my brother, or anything like that. How can I be convinced of that?
Really, I have a whole different mindset from what I had before I came and did this prison term. When I on my previous prison term, I didn't learn nothing. I just was in and out, you know, right back to the same thing. Since this one, I had time to sit down, think about what I want in my life. You know, I don't want my mama to hurt no more. I don't want to hurt no more. You know, I changed my mind. I changed my heart.
Let me ask you this. How addictive was heroin and Percocet?
It was very addictive, sir.
How are you going to stay off of it?
You know, I could.
And don't tell me my mindset, because that doesn't work. You tell me how you're going to stay off of heroin and Percocet.
Just stay away from it. Do what I'm doing in prison.
Somebody comes to your house, uninvited, somebody that you're there, they got a little bit, you take a little bit. How are you going to not be able to do that?
I could do what I do in prison. I get a support system around me.
Well, talk to me about that. How do you, what are you going to do to make sure I'm comfortable letting you out and not harming the citizens of this state?
I give me a support system. I can continue going.
Talk to me about your support system.
You know, my mom, my family, that's going to be around me. I don't plan on going back to the same neighborhood that I was doing all this stuff in. My mom, she sacrificed a lot. She mortgaged a house.
Ms. Wise asked you a question a few moments ago about AA meetings. And you said, yeah, I'll do that. I didn't get the impression that you believe that AA meetings or NA meetings are very important. You'll go if we say to go, or, you know, that might be a good idea to go. But a drug addict and an alcoholic has to live by those meetings. I don't hear you talking like that.
Sir,
I hear you. Let me slow you down for a second, okay?
Yes, sir.
I've got some familiarity with drug courts.
Yes, sir.
I've been involved with drug courts for a long time. And everybody in drug court talks just like you. I can stop. I don't need this. I don't need that. And by the time they get out, they back with I ain't gonna hang with my friends no more. I learned all of the rules. I'm not gonna do anything. But when you get back on the street and those guys are back, it ain't easy to stop being around them. They bug the hell out of you, peer pressure. They're gonna do all of those things. You tell me where the moral absolve from you is gonna come from. And it ain't gonna be in your head because you took 3 classes in prison. So what are you going to do when you get out to make me satisfied you're not going back to that?
You know, like I said, I'll change my purses, places, and things, like, you know, things that I use.
I hear you memorize what they told you to say.
No,
what are you going to do? What do you need?
Me?
What do you get out of AA meetings?
I get a lot, you know, it's help. Things like, you know, people telling me their stories, I'm telling my stories, you know, just things that we don't want to go back to, you know, just stuff that I don't want to do no more. I don't have a desire to do this stuff no more. You know what I mean? I started going to church and everything. I got my religion up since I've been in jail. I really find peace in reading my Bible. I just don't want to live that life no more, sir. I don't.
Wanting to do it and doing it are 2 different things.
Yes, sir.
All right. That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Dillon.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to come to the defense of Miss Constance Dillon. your mother.
Yes, sir.
You said it wasn't until you got into programs that you knew that drugs were bad for you, that you knew that you shouldn't be dealing with drugs. I'm gonna bet you that your mother, through the years, taught you right from wrong, taught you what was legal and was not legal. So you knew way before you got incarcerated that what you were doing was wrong. You saying that you didn't find out drugs were bad for you or didn't know what addiction was until you went into the programs. Were you raised by your mother?
Yes, ma'am. My mother and yes, sir. My mother and my grandmother.
Oh, especially your grandmother. I'm almost sure they taught you right from wrong.
Yes, sir.
And when you did something that wasn't right, you were punished.
Yes, sir.
So you should have realized that when you broke the legal law, there was consequences.
Yes, sir.
Am I right?
Yes, sir.
Juan Bernard, I have a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
How long is the welding program?
It just depends on their skill level, Mr. Roche. I heard him say that he had his NCCR card, so he's a pretty advanced welder if he has that card. He's got skill.
So, do you have any idea when programming will resume at the facilities?
I do not. I wish I could give you a date on that.
Okay, all right. At this time, would you unmute the mic of Mrs. Constant Dillon? Ms. Dillon, I had to come to your defense because I knew that you had taught him right from wrong.
Yes, sir.
And at this time, would you like to give us your statement on why you think your son should be released early?
Yes, sir. I feel like he has actually learned his lesson about trying to be a drug dealer, trying to be a drug user. As a mother, I know my child, and to help him get through whatever he got to get through, the AA meetings and all of that, I would be pushing him towards those doors, taking him there myself. I have moved out the neighborhood where he was surrounded with these people. Most of his friends has done died since he's been in jail. So I believe that he will be all right with me behind him, pushing him, as I have always done, in the right direction. And he have a whole lot of other people that are that's in the family, friends, and pastor that gonna give him support once he come home, and keep him straight, and keep him away from the bad news and all that. We're gonna make sure he go to AA meeting, finding him work to do. He gonna be working along with the pastor until he actually find a job that that's available for him to attend on. And the fact that I really need his help home, here at home with my mother, because my mother is in early Alzheimer's, and I need help with her. And he is my strength that would help me. So if y'all could see it in your heart to release him to me, I will make sure that my son will never get in trouble again.
Ms. Dillon, I understand that you live in a different neighborhood. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, sir. I live in St. Tammany Parish now.
So you live in St. Tammany, which is approximately 40, 50 miles away from the old neighborhood.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Thank you, Ms. Dillon.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Would you mute your mic, please?
Yes, yes, sir. Mute, where you at? Mute.
Okay. At this time, we'll hear from the Orleans Parish, the Jefferson Parish District Attorney's Office and Assistant District Attorney, Mr. Randall Meyer.
Good morning, Randall Meyer, Assistant DA, Jefferson Parish. Mr. Dillon is another case that I came in this morning kind of on the fence about, what kind of position I was going to take with him. I think one thing he needs to understand, particularly with heroin these days, they cut that drug with fentanyl, and a lot of people are dying as a result. And one thing we don't want to happen is for him to die as a result of his addiction. From what I've heard from his comments, I think he still needs some substance abuse work. I didn't hear, and I think Mr. Marabella's questioning brought that out, that he really doesn't understand the concept of addiction and how, most importantly, he might understand the concept of it, but most importantly, how to control it and how to stay away from it. And I think a long-term substance abuse treatment program would assist him tremendously in that and would do a long way to keeping him from reoffending. I also would be interested in him getting that welding certificate, because I think that'll help a lot in keeping him, with a good job, not getting back into the selling of drugs in order to have some money to do things. So I would be opposed to his request for release at this point and would reconsider it if he completes a long-term substance abuse treatment plan and gets his welding certificates.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. Again, Warden, for now, I have a question. Is there any programming going on at Louisiana State?
Yes, sir. Could you repeat your question to me, Mr. Roche? He was unmute me.
Okay. Do you have any programming going on at Louisiana State Penitentiary right now?
No, sir. He has completed all of his welding classes. I was looking at his certificates after I spoke, but our MRT program is not available right now because of the COVID. But we don't have any programming going on at this time.
Okay. Thank you, Warden.
Yes, sir.
And so, Warden, the apprenticeship that he is in is only to give him the opportunity to demonstrate the welding skills he already have. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. The job that he was in before COVID was learning fabrication. He can weld. He's got all of his welding certificates. He's completed all that.
Okay, so the apprenticeship was just giving him some added training and making him more job ready.
Yes, ma'am. It was teaching him fabrication mostly on how to.
Okay.
Things.
Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I recommend executive session to discuss confidential matters related to this case, just for a few minutes.
Mr. Marabella, do I get a second?
Yes. I'll second it.
It's probably moving in second that we go into executive session. Teresa, roll call.
Yes, sir. Mr. Marabella?
Yes.
Mr. Roche?
Yes.
Ms. Pearl?
Yes.
All right now. They're going to deliberate. Oh, man. Man, you know when they're going to deliberate, they probably about to change their mind about something. And they deliberated for a few minutes. And they're back.
Everyone's back. Panel, are we ready to vote?
Ready.
And there you have it. The panel is ready to vote. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time where we decide what we think the judges will do. All right. The poll is now in the chat. Get your votes in. We got 5 minutes. Do you think the judges will grant parole in this case? This one, this one looks a little difficult. On one hand, I think they're gonna deny. I feel strongly that they're gonna deny. However, the possibility that they might grant it is high as well. I'm almost 50-50 on this one. I want to say they're gonna grant it. I want to say that. I do want to say that. I think that they wasn't gonna grant it. Where the poll go? The poll's not there. The poll. The poll is there. You don't see the poll? Oh. I say no, but wouldn't be surprised if it said yes. Right? I would have said no at first, but the fact that they went back there and talked, I'm thinking they're gonna say yes. But remember with the other guy, they went back there and talked, and they still end up with two no's and one yes. So G Chill, I think you're right about that, but I think that they might let him get it on the outside. However, I don't. But he lives 50 miles away from where he used to live. Or his mom lived 50 miles away from where they used to live. That could be a factor. That could actually help in his process of bettering himself. I don't know. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. There's a lot of factors. There's a lot of factors, and I think it can go either way. I want to say they're gonna say yes. That's what I want to say. I wouldn't be surprised if they said no, but I want to say yes. Um, I'm not hearing him saying like any real violent something. You know what I mean? It's just that would he go back to selling drugs? And he got welding skills. He might be able to get a good job in that. Who knows? Um, what are the judges thinking when they decide this? Marabella, he's a tough one. He's a tough one. But Alvin Roche is a tough one his damn self. Miss Wise, she kind of in the middle. Miss Wise, you can't really sleep on Miss Wise because she smiles a lot and she shakes her head yes a lot. And then she votes no. She smiles with them a lot, and she will like look like she's real empathetic, and then still vote no, denied. So, as nice as Miss Wise is, she don't play. Don't let that fool you. Don't let that fool you, man. She smiles with all of them, and she would tell them no in a heartbeat. After all that smiling and nodding and shaking her head, you swear she on your side. She don't play either, man. So it's just that the men on the panel, the male judges, they're more straightforward with it. They are way more straightforward with it. They just, you can see it all on their face. I want to thank you to Queen of Three for gifting 5 memberships. We got 5 new members, courtesy of Queen of Three. Bree was gifted a membership by Queen of Three. Fats TV was gifted a membership by Queen of Three. And our time is up. Let me end the poll. Let me finish reading out these memberships. Egon Breezeblock was gifted a membership by Queen of Three. Nene Faye was gifted a membership by Queen of Three. And Top Monster Gaming was gifted a membership by Queen of Three. Shout out to Queen of Three, and shout out to all the new members. The poll is in. Will the judges grant parole in this case? We got 33 votes, and 75% of the people said no, and 24% said yes. So the majority feels that he will not get parole in this case. A small minority believes that they will. So over 3/4, well, 3/4 of the voters believe that he will not get parole. So let's see how it goes. Judges?
Ms. Wise.
Young man, as I told you at the top of my interview, Mr. Dillon, I am very concerned that that you are the beginning of a lifetime of this kind of behavior. Like you said, you didn't believe you would get where you are now at Angola at 30 years of age. And the reason why we went to executive session was we are concerned too. We don't want you to come back. And as the DA said, we don't want you dead if you continue to use substance that you're not even clear on what it contains. Because of the family support here, and that's the main reason for me. That's one of the main reasons. Well, for me, I'm gonna take a chance on you. My vote is to grant your parole after you complete a program. It's called, I'm sure you've heard of, the STARS program. It's an opioid program that specializes in people with the addiction for the substance that you've used. The program is from 6 months to 9 months. And they are the professionals. They will tell you how much time you need to be there, and we expect you to be there. We will get a report if you are not cooperating.
Yes,
do you think that's something you would want to do?
Yes, ma'am.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. Like I said, they are the professionals. I'm not going to go into detail. After you finish the STARS program, you will be released on parole. And I want you to go to 90 AA meetings or NA meetings in 90 days. That's every day. I know your mother got some jobs for you to do. She got some things you need to do. But if you are not clean and sober, you're no good to nobody.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the way you have to look at it. You're not good. You're no good to nobody. Do 90 meetings in 90 days. And I have been told they are online, and then there are opportunities for you to make the meetings. I want you to provide proof to your parole officer that you attend those meetings. At the end of those 90 meetings in 90 days, do 3 meetings a week. I'm gonna ask probation and parole to do your drug screens randomly. Random drug screens means that they'll just call you one day and say, I want you in my office before lunch. And then you do a random screen. Or they might say, I want you in my office within an hour to do a random drug screen. And I want random drug screens over the entire period of your supervision. Community service, as and we already talked about, you know, you did a lot of things against the community. Now give back to the community. 4 hours a month of community service. Get with your parole officer. You said you start going to church, get involved in church. There are some things that you can do in the community. And you can do it on the weekends or whatever. That is my vote. Do you understand everything I've asked you to do?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I appreciate
You understand it's a lot,
it. Yes, ma'am.
but you're young. Oh, and the other thing is, for the first 3 months, I want you to report weekly to probation and parole. So maybe you can stay on for longer than 4 months this time.
Yes, ma'am.
Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Marabella.
Mr. Dillon, I want to commend you for the work that you've done while you've been in prison. You've done tremendous work with classes. You've done programs there. And you're well recognized for those. And that's very, very important. And that's something you should be commended for. You're right. This last stretch in prison has changed you somewhat. At least you're doing the things you need to do now. I believe that you have learned in your head that many of us learn when we're in school, the things that in theory, what we're supposed to learn. But oftentimes you don't really appreciate that and understand that until you put it in practice. I believe that you believe you have the knowledge to stay off of drugs. Drugs are addictive. It is not about willpower. As you stand before me right now, I believe sincerely that you do not believe you will ever go back to using drugs. I accept that. But I don't think that you're quite ready to do that on your own. I have listened to you. I've listened to everyone talk. I've listened to Ms. Wise's decision in this case. I concur with that decision. I am willing to grant your parole with the following conditions, the same as Ms. Wise has outlined in all of those endeavors. And I want to point out one more time, as Mr. Meyer has suggested, people die from these drugs. This is just not about going back to jail. It's about dying. You're a young man. I assume you want to have a family and enjoy life as all of us want to do. You'll have to do that working the program day to day. You're not cured. You'll never be cured. You're a drug addict and you have to accept that. So good luck to you. And I hope you're able to finish this program. And I hope you're able to make a success with the good profession that you have before you. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Mr. Dillon, I hope you realize that this panel is about to give you a golden ticket. It is left up to you whether or not you're going to take that opportunity or you're going to squander it. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. I fully understand.
And like Mr. Meyer says, for you, it's a matter of life and death. If you don't overcome this drug addiction, sooner or later, you're going to get a hold of a bad batch. And your mother will be going to a funeral. I'm not trying to scare you. I'm trying to motivate you.
Yes, sir.
I too will agree with my colleagues this morning and grant your request for early release upon completion of the STAR program.
Yes, sir.
That program can be recommended by this panel, but once we recommend it, you will be evaluated by the program, and they will determine the length of your program. It may be a month, it may be 6 months, it may be 9 months. It's according to your particular needs, and we do not determine that.
Yes,
So
sir.
don't say I'm going to be out 2 months, 3 months. We don't know that. That program will evaluate you, and then they'll make a program tailored to your needs. After you complete that program satisfactorily, once released, you'll have a curfew
Yes, sir.
from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. You must attend NAA meetings at least 3 times weekly. To begin that process, you must attend 90 meetings in 90 days.
Yes, sir.
You will have random drug screens at the discretion of your parole officer. You must you must report to P&P weekly for the first 3 months. You must complete the STAR program, and you must do 4 hours of community service monthly. We are on the same page. We understand those conditions.
Yes, sir.
You have received 3 votes to grant your request. Your request is granted upon completion of the STAR program. Good luck, and good luck to your mama.
Thank you.
Mr. Roche?
There you have it. Ladies and gentlemen, the chat was overwhelmingly wrong. The chat was overwhelmingly wrong. It was a unanimous decision to let him go. They all felt the same way. And you guys didn't read this one. So congratulations to the people that did. But this is one of the ones where the majority of the people, y'all got it wrong this time. Y'all got it wrong this time. All right, let's get to the next one. Let's get to the next one. Now, all right, if you guys like this content, please hit the like button. Please share this content. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. If you want to support this channel, you can support at Wabbit Crime Network at Cash App, Wabbit Crime Network at PayPal, or you can hit the link, the donation link at the top, to send a donation that way, which will pop up on the screen. You will get a thank you with your name shown. A notification will pop up. You can also super chat, and you could join the membership. So this is how this is gonna go. And don't forget to join the Wabbit Crime Network Discord. Nightbot is putting the links in the chat for the Discord. We will be giving articles and crime related content over there. You can catch up on current event stuff. It's under construction, so I'm still working on what's going in there. But you guys, any feedback is welcome, and any crime related content or articles that you guys might have, I encourage people to share it in the Discord, in the Wabbit Crime Discord. But make sure it's crime related. We want to keep it to that kind of content. So definitely would appreciate that. Okay, so we on to our next case. We are on to our next case. This is how it goes. Inmates are up for parole. They are at the parole board. The parole board will hear them out, interview them, and then the parole board will vote on whether or not they will deny or grant parole. Before the parole board judges make their decision, I will pause the video and I will put a poll in the chat where the audience will vote on whether or not they think the judges will grant or deny parole. After 5 minutes, I will end the poll and I will read the results of the audience's votes, and then I will play the judge's decision. We will see if the audience was in line with the judges or not. So, let's go. I'm in the chat with you guys until the judges are ready to vote.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good morning, David. My name is Alvin Roche, and of course, you're probably in the room when I introduce the panel. Other panel members are Mr. Anthony Marabella and Mrs. Pearl Wise. Would you please give us your full name and your Department of Corrections ID?
David Ram Calawan, DOC number 405494.
Thank you, David.
You're welcome.
Let me explain the process to you. I will read some information into the record. Once that information is into the record, we'll conduct a parole interview with you. At the appropriate time, we'll allow one tenant and his staff to make remarks or comments. If you have any guests, they will be allowed to make a statement on your behalf. At the very end, before we vote, we will allow you to make a brief statement on your behalf. Do you understand the process?
Yes, sir.
David, you are let me check my records. You are currently how old are you, David?
45.
You're currently 45 years of age.
Yes, sir.
And you are a fourth felony offender. Your current offense is issuing worthless checks, 18 counts.
Yes, sir.
And you were billed as an habitual offender.
Yes, sir.
You were sentenced in St. Tammany Parish on July 4th, 2018. Is that correct?
No, sir. It was April 30th.
Okay, I see it now. April 30th, 2018. And you received a 4-year sentence for that charge. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Your parole date was 12/28/18. Your good time date is 1/2/21, which is about 7 months from now. And your full-time date is 12/28/21. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, I see that you have no guests. So this case has been assigned to me, so I will start. David, you are currently 45 years old and you've been incarcerated for 2.5 years on a 4-year sentence. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you had a hearing and you were denied on May 14, 2019.
Yes, sir.
And the reasons why you were denied is that you had law enforcement opposition, you needed more programs, you needed to work on your high set degree, and you had a very high risk assessment score. Now I see conflicting information. One information says that you have a high school diploma. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that high school diploma been verified?
No, sir. I got it way back when I used to live in Puerto Rico.
Okay, so that's why Ms. Renaza wanted you to get a high set degree.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Unfortunately, David, you are a fourth felony offender with 20 adult arrests. When did you come to America from Puerto Rico?
Came here. Well, I've been coming back and forth. The last time I came here was 1993.
93. And
And
you're coming back and forth, and you still had 20 adult arrests?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a criminal history in Puerto Rico?
No, sir.
So basically, you only commit crime when you come to the United States.
I guess so, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. 11 of those arrests were for violent offenses and offenses against the persons, like issuing worthless checks, 18 counts. You have an extensive criminal background. You have a history of violence. You have a very poor supervision record. Now, anytime I'm wrong, David, correct me. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
So anytime that I'm wrong, just stop me.
Okay.
You have a very poor supervision history. You were revoked in 1999, 2002, 2003, and 2004. You can't do anything about this, but you have very strong law enforcement opposition. And the DA's office is adamantly opposed to any clemency or early release. You have a moderate risk assessment score. Then also you have a moderate need score. Have you started working on your HiSET degree?
No, sir.
That was a recommendation from the last hearing. Why have you not started working on your HiSET?
Well, I had signed up for it, but right now with the things that's going on, ain't nothing I can do.
So your last hearing was in May of 2019.
Yeah, I understand.
And the COVID didn't strike until March of 2020. So you had at least 10 months to start the program.
Right.
If you had started the program, I would not expect you to be complete.
Right.
But I expect you to show a little.
Right.
Now, if you had started the program, I would not expect you to be complete.
Right.
But I expect you to show a little initiative and start the program. Offenders do it, and offenders do it every day.
Right.
Now, something good. You've earned 540 days good time. Tell me about your programs.
Well, I finished Living in Balance, which I thought that it was a great program. I finished Thinking for a Change. That was also a great program. I learned much from it. I finished what's the other one? Cage of Rage. That was definitely a great program. I finished which one that other was? I finished Pre-Release, and I finished Parenting.
So you've taken all the basics.
Yes, sir.
Which one of those programs did you benefit most from?
The Living in Balance.
Okay.
Well,
How
really
long,
two of them.
how long have you been using
Living in
alcohol or drugs?
and KJH. Huh?
How long have you been using alcohol or drugs?
Sir, I quit using alcohol. I quit using alcohol.
Sir, sir,
Yeah.
answer my question.
Okay.
How long have you been using drugs or alcohol?
Since I was a youngster, since I was like 14, 15.
Good. And now you can continue, and you're about to say that you have stopped.
Yes, sir. I stopped drugs for the simple fact that he killed my brother. Alcohol and drugs.
When did you stop?
I stopped back in 2016.
Before you were incarcerated.
Yes, sir.
And then what prompted your worthless check spree, because you have 18 counts. You were convicted of 18 counts. Why did you feel necessary to fraudulently try to cash a check at the expense of other people?
Oh, I ain't gonna lie to you. I just did it. I just did it just out of spite. I have no reason to lie to you. You know.
Okay, who you were trying to hurt?
No, really, I wasn't trying to hurt nobody, sir.
I know
Really,
one,
I hurt it myself.
one person you hurt
Mm-hmm.
yourself.
Yeah, that's what I was just fit to say. Really, I hurt it myself. So,
Did the judge order any restitution at your trial?
oh, yes, it did, sir.
And how much restitution do you think you would have to pay?
I have. I'm gonna be honest with you. I have no idea, sir.
Okay, now let's talk about your transition plan. You need a place to stay, you need a place to work, because you have a lot of restitution to repay. What's
Okay.
your transition plan?
Okay. I'm gonna be living at my house with my mother. I've been living in that address for years, and my partner's gonna give me a friend of mine's gonna give me a chance to work with him at a tire shop.
Okay. And where does your mother live?
At 69095 4th Avenue, Covington, Louisiana.
Okay. And where did you commit your crimes?
In Covington, Louisiana.
Okay. Okay. What's your job at the facility before the COVID virus took over?
Been a trustee.
And how long have you been a trustee?
Since January.
January 2020?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And what is your job?
Right now, I'm still a trustee.
What do you do on a regular basis? Are you an orderly, or do you work on the yard?
No, we work on the yard. We work out on the yard.
Litter crew.
On a litter crew.
Okay, that's the answer to the question. One, Tanner, would you like to make any remarks or comments?
Yes, sir. David has maintained a good conduct record here. He's only had one minor rule violation in June of 2018. As he said, he is a trustee and he's assigned to the DOTD litter crew. He's had no problems with working. I am concerned about his failure to at least attempt to get a GED, although he maintains that he has a high school diploma from Puerto Rico. On a prior commitment, he was in GED school because at that time, back in 2014, they couldn't locate the diploma. So Apparently that's not going to ever happen. If he couldn't find it then, he can't find it now. So he should, especially in consideration that the board had recommended that he do that. So I'm a little disappointed in him about that. But again, he's maintaining a good conduct record and he is participating in programs.
Thank you, Warren Tanner. Let me ask you one more question, David.
Yes, sir.
Are you a United States citizen or are you a citizen of Puerto Rico?
I'm a United States citizen.
You're naturalized.
Yes, sir.
What year did you become naturalized?
Really, Puerto Rico's been part of the U.S. for years.
So basically, you were a citizen when you were in Puerto Rico.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
You were born in Puerto Rico.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. That was sort of a lapse on me because I should have realized that Guam and Puerto Rico are United States positions.
Right.
Okay. Mr. Marabella.
David, I've got one question, I guess, that kind of jumps out at me. I noted at some point when this was being prepared back in last year, your residence plan was with your mother, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's Ms. Gonzalez?
Yes, sir.
And it was suggested that your employment may be dependent upon your medical conditions. Do you have some medical issues?
I just had diabetes. I had diabetes, asthma, and bronchitis, and hepatitis, but I don't let that bother me from working.
You obviously working now in prison, so you're capable of working.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What program, last time you were denied because you didn't get your high school diploma, you didn't get your GED, and they suggested you complete more programs. What programs were you enrolled in since the time of your last hearing?
It was what's the name of it? It was a living in balance. That was my last program I finished.
And when did you finish that?
Now that's a good guess.
You were denied about a year ago. Have you completed any programs since last year?
Like July or August, something like that.
Okay.
I don't really remember the date.
It was actually April 5th, 2019.
Okay. So that was actually before his last hearing.
And living in balance.
No, I ain't finished that till after, because whenever. Yeah.
What's that? Living in balance?
He finished living in balance in June.
All right.
I think that's all the questions I have.
2019.
So, Mr. David, help me understand your motivation for the IWC. I didn't quite hear your answer.
Okay.
So you said you were clean and sober. You said your statement to others that you were done with drugs since 2016. So,
yes, ma'am.
So what was going on? What was going on in your life?
Well, I was just, I've been drugging since I was young. So, but until the day they told me that my brother only had like a year or two to live behind drugs and alcohol, and I end up catching hepatitis myself. So I just have to give up the drugs. It's either give up the drugs or alcohol or join my brother.
Okay, so you committed these offenses. I can't see my records right now. You committed these offenses when you were still using.
No, not what I was still using. No, man.
I think she wants to know is why did you
Oh,
do those
what?
offenses then?
Oh,
Thank you, Warden. Thank you, Warden.
okay. The only reason I did them was because I was in need of money. Couldn't find
Okay,
a
and
job then. I couldn't find a job then. I needed some fast money, to pay bills, to do things. That's the only reason I did it. But
okay, and this
drugs
person is
didn't
gonna
have
give
nothing
you a
to do.
job. This person gonna give you a job at the tire shop. That's somebody you just met.
No, I've been knowing him.
You've been knowing him.
Now,
Okay.
I met him in 2000, 2015.
Yeah, but see, I think that's the reason. It's a big motivation to try to get you to get your high school diploma, get you some kind of job skill, so that when you get out, you can get a job and you'll be able to support yourself and won't have to take from others. Do you kind of see that connection?
Yes, ma'am.
Because
I don't have a problem, when I hit the streets, if I had to get on a computer or however I got to do it, I don't have a problem doing my best to getting it out there in the world.
yeah, but you want your application to stand out over other people's application because you have other folks out there looking for jobs too. And I
Right.
think that was the concern about your diploma. All right, I had down that your last write-up was in September the 14th of 2018, September 24th of 18. Did you have a write-up then?
Yes, ma'am.
What was that about?
Unsanitary practice for washing a pair of socks.
Oh, okay. Okay. It's a lower court write-up then, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. That's all I had, Chairman.
Thank you. At this time, David, would you like to make a closing statement?
No, sir.
No closing statement.
No, sir.
Okay. Is the panel ready to vote?
Yes.
No closing statement. Second time I seen that. That's the second time I ran into that on this one. Okay, no closing statement. So let's do it. It's time. The poll is in the chat. Get your votes in. Will the judges grant parole in this case? Um, the judge had a little blunder there. The judge had a little blunder. He must not have realized. Yeah. Oh man. So yeah, the judge had a little blunder, minor little blunder. Um, this guy has a, a history, and as we heard, um, the judges seem to be kind of annoyed with some of the things he was saying. But they might feel sorry for him and let him out. They might feel sorry for him and let him out, and it might be a surprise. I don't think so. uh, I think that the judge that made the mistake about Puerto Rico, I think he got even more annoyed because he made the mistake. So he might take it out on him. Just kidding. Just kidding. He got 7 months left. Yeah, they might just make him finish it out. Um, oh man, that was a blunder. That was a blunder because the judge actually thought he was going somewhere with that one. The judge thought he was going somewhere with that one. He was giving them some leading questions like, so you only commit the crimes when you're back home. So only when so he's gonna hit him with so maybe it's good if you stay in your country and out of the US. Have you spoke with immigration? Like, no. Fool. Yeah, so that one, I don't know. I think they're gonna say no. I think they're gonna say no. Pearl putting on her shoes, ready to go. Pearl had enough. Pearl had enough. Pearl tired now. She's like, after this one, I'm out. I mean, it has been a. I would think that the judge has learned that in school, or, but you know what? These judges are quite older. I think Puerto Rico became part of the U.S. What, in the '70s or something. I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure, but I'm thinking pretty recently in history. You know, I don't think it was that long ago. I'm not sure. I would have to check. We got 55 seconds left to vote. If you haven't voted, get your vote in. Get your vote in with 45 seconds left on the clock. They should know if there's. Uh, they should know if they're part of the system. Unsanitary practice. We got 20 seconds left to vote. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. And poll is closed. All right, we got 26 votes. Will the judges grant parole in this case? 80% said no, and 19% says yes. Let's see how it go. Judges?
Ms. Wise? Okay. David, the first thing I look when I do a rehearing, I look at the reasons why you were denied. And the first reason, the last panel says that the offender needs a GED, he needs to start a HiSET program, and you had at least 10 months before the COVID virus took over. So basically, I'm going to base my decision primarily on that you did not follow the recommendations of the last panel. Besides that, which decides it for me, you have a moderate Tiger score, which tells me that you have a moderate chance of reoffending. You have law enforcement opposition. You have a history of violent offenses. 11 of those offenses were against a person. Whether or not you hit the person or not, you affected that person, it is considered a crime against a person. You have strong law enforcement opposition. in a very poor supervision history, and your proximity of your good time date leads me to vote to deny your request. Hopefully that you will start a high set program and complete it when you're released on January 2nd of 2021. It is very important to understand that when an offender is given a recommendation, we need to see an attempt. You don't have to do it, but we want to see an attempt that you did it. And there's no attempt at all. And as Warden Tanner says, he doesn't understand why. And I don't understand why. Based on those reasons, my vote is to deny. Mr. Marabella.
David, I concur with what Mr. Roche said. It was very clear as to what the prior panel expected you to do, and you didn't do it. I don't know if you didn't take a program because you couldn't finish the program, but you could have started one, and you didn't. You haven't done anything with your high school diploma. You say you have a high school diploma, but as the warden has pointed out, you said that your prior incarceration. Couldn't find it. You haven't been able to find it while you've been a free person, and now you're back in jail. You say you have one, but you don't have one. In the law, if you don't have proof that you've done it, you didn't do it. And if you go to get a job and say, I've got a high school diploma, somebody may ask you to see it. I don't know that they will or they won't, but you don't have one. For all of the reasons as outlined by Mr. Roche, I also will deny your parole.
Ms. Wise.
Mr. David, for the reasons already been stated on the record, my vote is to deny as well. Good luck to you.
No problem. Y'all have a good one.
David.
Yes, sir.
Sit down. This proceeding is not complete. Lean back.
I'm good. Look, I am good.
Sir,
I'm not
about to get a write-up.
No, I'm sorry.
You have received 3 votes to deny your request. Your request for early release has been denied. You have a good day.
All right, you too.
All right. Well, that was intense. That's the first time I've seen that one happen as well. You can get a write up in there. Okay. Well, that's interesting to keep in the mental bank. You can get a write up in there, and that guy had an attitude, didn't he? He had an attitude. I don't know what that's about. Hold on 1 second. Now, this one seems to be an interesting one because I didn't know they'd do it like this. By the way, if you guys want to support the channel, you can support at Wabbit Crime Network at Cash App and Wabbit Crime Network at PayPal, or you can hit the donation link at the top of the chat, or you can hit the donation link that Nightbot has in the chat. So you can also hit the super chat, or you can join the membership, or you could do all of the above. Now, we're on to the next case. The way this works is this is a parole board. The inmate comes to the parole board for a hearing to see if they will grant him parole. They interview him or her. They interview the inmate, and then they vote. The judges vote and decide whether or not they're going to grant parole. Right before the judges vote, I will pause the video and put a poll in the chat where the audience will vote whether or not they think the judges will grant or deny parole. After that, I will play the judge's verdict, and we will see if the audience was in line with the judges. This one's an interesting one. I believe this one, the defendant is not present. The defendant is not present, so I'm not exactly sure how this works. I guess a lawyer might be there, so we're about to see how this one goes. I'll be in the chat until it's time to for the judges to vote. So I'll see you guys in the chat.
Mr. Roche?
Yes. Ready, Mr. Reed.
This is the case for Nathan Webster, DOC 128256. We have no other questions, and he will not be present for the hearing.
Okay. I'm going to read the information, and I'm going to ask Warden, excuse me, I'm going to ask Warden Tanner to verify as much of it as he can. The offender, Nathan J. Webster, is currently in quarantine because he tested positive for the COVID-19 virus. His DOC number is 128256. The PPI report says that he is a 6th felony offender. His master record verifies that he is a 7th felony offender. His offenses are possession of contraband in a penal institution, possession of marijuana, 3rd offense, possession of a firearm or carrying a concealed weapon by persons convicted of certain felonies, and he was billed as an habitual offender. Possession of cocaine between 28 and 400 grams. Then another conviction for possession of contraband in a penal institution. He was sentenced on the respective dates, 9/30/2002, 10/21/94, 3/16/93, 2/5/98, and 7/10/2012. He received a 6 months DOC. It's probably for the contraband, a 3-year sentence, a 10-year sentence, and a 30-year sentence, and then another 2-year sentence, probably from the second contraband. Some of these sentences are running consecutively, so his total sentence is 42 years, 6 months. His parole date is 11/1/15. He has a new adjusted good time date because of probably the contraband convictions. His adjusted good time date is 1/16/28. And his full term date is 1/15/27. How does that compare with your records, Warden Tanner?
His full term date is August the 12th, 2035.
Okay, his full term date has changed from to 1 second. Okay, and give me that date again.
August the 12th, 2035.
And all the rest of the dates are correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I will say that he has not tested positive for COVID. He's in a dorm that's been quarantined because of exposure to COVID.
So he's been around someone who tested positive, so he has to quarantine for 14 days.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Probably his full term date has changed because of the contraband convictions. Am I right, Warden?
The full term date is not corrected. That would have been what his full term date was.
Okay, so
the date that you read was his work release eligibility date.
Okay, so actually the parole officer that did this report grabbed the wrong date. Looked like he grabbed his transitional work eligibility.
Yes, sir.
Okay. This case has been assigned to Mr. Marabella. Mr. Marabella will give us the facts of the case, and then if we have any questions, we'll pose those questions to Warden Tanner. Mr. Marabella.
All right. Mr. Webster has been incarcerated currently for the last 26 years. Mr. Webster is 49 years old and has been incarcerated a number of times. He's been on supervision at least 3 times. 2 of those times he completed his supervision okay. One of those times he absconded and then ultimately was revoked. His compliance within the confines of the prison has been extremely poor. In June of 2015, he had a parole hearing at which time he was denied because of write-ups as well as not taking sufficient programs. Since that time, he has had at least an additional 20 write-ups since his date of 2015. And I don't show that he's taken very many programs since then. He has opposition from the district attorney's office. They were supposed to come. I don't see them here today, so perhaps they will not come. He does have a low risk assessment, which is frankly surprising to me, but he does have a low risk assessment. I had a number of questions for him. Of course, he isn't here today, but to me, what stands out the most is his poor conduct in all of his write-ups, especially his poor supervision history. I'll try to answer any other questions that you have.
Mr. Barabella, you hit the nail on the head. I noticed the same things you did, and I have no questions. Ms. Wise?
There was some indication about hip replacement surgery or something. Warren, is he on the list or any kind of medical concerns for him?
Not that I'm aware of. I know that he has a limited duty medical status that would limit his work to the compound.
Okay, okay.
And that I have a note that somewhere in his file I saw he had no plans to work upon his release because of his medical condition.
Yeah, right. Some kind of, he need a hip replacement or something, but okay. But sounds like he's mobile right now and doing fine. All right, thank you, Warden. That's all I had.
Warden, would you like to make any comments or remarks?
I think y'all covered everything about it. He hasn't really put a lot of effort into it, in my opinion. You know, his conduct record is poor. He has a history of contraband and trying to hide that contraband from staff and resisting their efforts to obtain it from him. He does have a statement that he made this morning, a written statement, and I'll read it to the board if you'd like.
Yes, sir.
I'm very sorry for my wrongdoing in prison. I am very responsible for all my actions. That's why I change all my ways, which is why I'm here asking for consideration to be released from prison. I can live like a productive person in my community.
Thank you, Warden Tanner. Is the panel ready to vote?
Yes, I am.
Mr. Marabella.
Based upon this, Mr. Webster's record, based upon the comments of the warden and all of the things that I've read, including his criminal history, his extremely poor conduct history, his supervision history while he is out, lack of any recent programs, and his continued commission of crime while he is in prison, I'm going to deny it.
Ms. Wise.
My vote is to deny for the reasons already been stated on the record.
This afternoon, I agree with my two colleagues, and I vote to deny for the same reasons as stated by Mr. Marabella. Mr. Webster has received 3 votes to deny his request for early release. That request has been denied.
Yeah, I didn't feel we needed to vote.
Teresa, are we ready for adjournment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We stand adjourned at Rayburn Correctional Center in Angie, Louisiana. Time is 12:12 p.m. Warden Tanner?
Yes, sir.
Warden Tanner. When's that magical date?
Magical date?
July 25th.
Oh, so I'm probably going to see you before then.
All right, well, I don't know about this magical date. All right, so we didn't have to vote on that because the person's not even there. So I just wanted to see how that procedure works out. Shit. On to my next one. Now, you know how this goes. If you want to support the channel, you can support the channel at Web of Crime Network at PayPal, Web of Crime Network at Cash App. You can hit the link in the donation link at the top of the chat, or the donation link that Nightbot is putting, or you can super chat, or you can join a membership, or you can do all of the above. Now, for our next case, you know how this goes. If you don't know how this goes, let me tell you right now. This is a parole hearing. The inmate will come in front of the parole board of judges. The judges will interview the inmate and then vote and decide whether or not they will grant parole. Before they vote, the judges, I will pause the video and put a poll in the chat where the chat will vote on, the audience will vote on whether or not they think the judges will grant parole in this case. I will give the chat 5 minutes, and then I will end the poll, read the results of the chat, and then I will play the results of the judge to see if the chat and the judge were in line with each other. So I'll be in the chat until then. Let's go.
Of Marlon Ray.
Okay. Are we pronouncing that name Kuzan? Okay.
Yes, Kuzan.
Yes, okay. Mr. Ray, let me explain the procedure to you. We will read some information into the record. Once that information is in the record, we'll conduct a parole interview with you. At the appropriate time, we'll ask the assistant warden and staff at Dixon to have comments or remarks. After that, we will allow Mrs. Turner, your mother, to make a statement on your behalf. At the very end, before we vote, we will allow you to make a statement on your behalf. Do you understand the process?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Ray, how old are you right now?
41.
Okay, you're 41. So this is a rehearing, right?
Yes, sir.
And according to my records, you are a second felony offender. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And your offenses are possession of cocaine in 28 grams and 200 grams. Count 2, possession of Schedule 3 controlled dangerous substance, hydrocodone. Count number 3, possession of legend drug, Viagra. You will sentence on 5, 6, 13. Count 1, 15 years. Count 2, 5 years. Count 3, 5 years. And those are running consecutively. So your total sentence is 15 years. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Your parole date was 10/3/16. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And your adjusted good time date is 2/28/27. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, I see where you recently lost 15 days good time. Tell me why.
I was found guilty for a 30C
And when was that?
in January of 19.
In January of 19, some 17 months ago.
Yes, sir.
And what was the disciplinary action on that particular 30C?
I was found guilty and sentenced to 60 days cell block.
You spent 60 days in the cell block, so you didn't get out the cell blocks until early April of last year. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And your full term date is 1/2/28. Is all this information correct?
Yes, sir.
Your case has been assigned to Mrs. Wise. Mrs. Wise?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Back on that last write-up, you also lost 15 days of good time on that. You didn't mention that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But you've done over 7.5 years on a 15-year sentence. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you had a total of 11 write-ups. So, and what impressed me was that since July of 17 up until January of 19, you didn't have a write-up.
No, ma'am.
What was going on with you?
Staying out of trouble.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you was. Go ahead.
Just staying out of trouble, trying to get myself together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm sure you really was mad at yourself when you called it. Then
was I very mad?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would think so, because you had really cleaned up your act there. Because and looking back at your record, when you was at St. Tammany and work release, you had an escape in 2010.
Yes, ma'am.
So you really changed your behavior. What was that all about? What was going on?
I was at the job and I had was left in the parking lot talking in the car with somebody, and the van left me.
And when I went back in, the van was already gone. I had to call the work release to tell them to come get me.
Yeah, yeah, they're very strict about those escape charges. They're very strict about that. Did you get moved from work release?
No, man, y'all have that messed up. That was on my first time when I first did, on my first conviction. I had did that and I was released in 2011.
Oh, okay.
And since 2011 to now, I've been in
Okay, when you got released in 2011, you came back when? Refresh my memory on that.
I came back in 2013.
Okay. 2011 to 2013, you came back. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
But I was still curious. It is on your current record. I see that, but I was still curious. Did you get removed from work release because of that escape?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah. I see you got your GED. Congratulations.
Yes, ma'am.
I know your mother and everybody's proud of that. Call out for, you have 435 days for a program. Call out the program, call the top 3 programs that meant the most to you.
NOBTS, Living in Balance, and NAAA.
Okay, what's NOTBS?
NOBTS is National New Orleans Theological Baptist Seminary, a church program.
Oh, great. All right, and AANA, how often do you attend those?
We attend them on Wednesdays and Saturdays.
So you attend them twice a week?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So tell me about your drug use.
I don't have any. I smoke marijuana.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. So these possession charges, what's it all about?
Hanging with the wrong crowd, doing the wrong thing.
So you were possession, your charges, as Mr. Roche just read out, all those charges. I need more details than hanging with the wrong crowd. Okay, I'm still not clear.
The Viagra was a half of Viagra, and the hydrocortisone was 1 pill, and the cocaine charge was, I think, it was like 100 grams. And that's when I was just released, and instead of working, being honest with you, ma'am, just being lazy instead of going to work.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, so tell me the reason for you being in possession of it.
Trying to make fast money and just doing the wrong thing, trying to make fast money instead of working.
So you were selling it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I didn't want to put words in your mouth, but you keep on saying everything, but that was the reason you were in possession, was because you were selling it to make money.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Like I say, I wanted you to say it. The records I have show that you are the father of 3 children. What's the age of your children?
Well, the oldest is 21, a 17, and a 15.
And how many mothers is that?
2.
Okay, all righty. Do you have any contact with them?
Yes, ma'am. The oldest, I talk to her and the grandkids.
Oh, you're a grandfather. How many grandkids?
3.
Okay. If you are successful today, sir, where do you plan on living and how do you plan on supporting yourself?
I'm gonna live with my mother, and I have a job with my cousin Chris. He's on a lawn service, and he will give me a place and a job until I'm able to get back in school. I wanted to attend a welding class again, start back pipe fitting. So I was gonna work with him and try to attend the pipe fitting school at night.
Where's the pipe fitting school?
I would like to try to get in the one in Baker or go back to the one in Slidell that I was attending.
Transportation, how would you get there?
My mom, of course, she'll let me use a vehicle, or my sister let me use a vehicle.
Okay, all righty. And I do want to inform you, as a part of this process, we reach out to the law enforcement community where you were convicted to get their opinion about your early release. And I want to let you know that your judge is unopposed. Your judge is not against you getting out early. However, the DA and the sheriff's office, they expressed some opposition to you getting out. Like I said, nothing you can do about that. I just want to make sure you know about that. You are aware of that.
Okay.
And like your last hearing was July 8th of 2017. Is that correct?
Yes,
That's your
ma'am.
last parole hearing. So
Yes,
I see that you really made some effort to be successful on this day. I want to commend you on that. And with the exception of that one write-up, you really had stayed right up free.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just really, you said you were just lazy this time. So tell me how it's going to be different this time.
Oh, man, it's going to be really different this time because, you know, like I said, my mom is getting old and I just want to show her that she raised me better than this to being, you know, just a jailbird. I want to show her that I can take care of myself. If anything happened to her, that she don't have to worry about me. And I'm being honest, I'm just tired of just ending it with the prison.
What age did you drop out of high school?
17.
Well, that was kind of late. What was going on?
Just moving and just started, like I say, just started selling drugs and doing the wrong thing.
What grade were you in at age 17?
The 10th.
So you were behind a grade.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's all I had, Chairman.
Mr. Marabello, you muted.
Ray, I've got a couple of questions. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the substance abuse. You indicated that you used marijuana.
Yes,
when
ma'am.
did you first start using marijuana?
About the age of probably 15, 16.
Did you ever use anything besides marijuana?
No, sir.
Nothing? Never tried cocaine? Never tried any of the other things?
No, sir.
So you were just selling drugs?
Yes, sir.
I mean, you were arrested for possession of cocaine in 2000. You were selling the drugs? You weren't using the cocaine?
Yes, sir. I was selling them.
And you were arrested again, it looks like for several times with possession of marijuana. Tell me, why do you go to the AA meetings?
So to try to get myself together and learn to live a productive life besides, you know, selling drugs and using drugs.
When was the last time you used marijuana?
Probably at least 10 years ago.
How often did you use it?
Daily.
When you were arrested in 2013, you had some synthetic marijuana, which is a lot worse than marijuana, for what they put in it to make it synthetic marijuana. And you had some hydrocodone. What were you doing with the hydrocodone?
Hydrocodone was found in a couch. It was one pill. It didn't belong to me. It was just, I guess it must have fell somewhere, but it was found inside the couch. And the synthetic marijuana, I was using because I was on parole, so I did use the synthetic marijuana.
What kind of jobs have you had when you were outside?
I used to work for a company called Magnum Construction Welding, and I worked for Folgers distribution center in Lacombe, Louisiana.
you have taken some substance abuse classes and some enrichment classes while you've been in jail.
Yes, sir.
Tell me what you've learned and what the dangers are to the public about distributing drugs, primarily cocaine.
I learned that it's not good. You know, I'm poisoning people and I'm not doing the right thing by distributing drugs to people, you know, in order for me. And then I also learned that, you know, in order for me to stay out of prison, I would have to stop selling drugs. You know, it looked like I had a routine of, sir.
Who did you sell those drugs to?
People in my community, the people who stayed around my neighborhood.
Anybody and everybody that would buy them from you?
Basically, yes, sir.
Do you know whatever happened to any of those people? Did you ever go to funerals because of people who have overdosed on drugs?
No, sir. But I have people in my family that's on drugs, and it's not a good thing. I know that.
Mr. Ray, we bury people every day because of drug overdoses. People who are buying drugs off the streets or wherever they're buying drugs are dying on a regular basis. And did you know that if you sold drugs to someone and they died, you could be charged with murder?
Sir, I didn't know. I didn't know that until recently, where I've seen a couple cases where that happened, where people ODing on heroin. And I did see that. I did not know that, but now I do know that.
You know, a lot of people say, well, you know, drugs are a victimless crime. It's not a victimless crime. Graveyards are full of people who've overdosed on drugs because they bought illegal drugs from somebody just like you. So tell me why I should vote to give you an early release when you've done those things in the past. And I'm very fearful of your going out there and doing them again.
I just, you know, honestly, I have got my life together. You know, I'm not going to sell drugs anymore. And I, you know, hope you do give me the chance to show you that I'm not that type of person no more. It is, you know, that part of my life is over with. You know, like I say, I wanted to show my mom that I'm a much better person, you know, than a drug dealer. And I just, you know, would like to just have that opportunity to show her that.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Mr. Ray.
Yes, sir.
I'm sitting here looking at the disappointment and anguish in your mother's face. And look like your goal is to show her that you can become a productive member of society. How are you going to meet the challenges and barriers that you will face? You will face those challenges and barriers every day. People walking up to you that you sold drugs to. People that you did drugs with. What is your strategy that you will use to overcome these challenges and barriers?
Just, you know, this my change of crowd, you know, and I know my mom and my sister's going to help me, and just stay away from the wrong people. You know, I know now that, you know, selling drugs is not right. So just stay away from them, you know, change my environment, change my friends. You know, the guys that I was hanging with, they did sell drugs. And I realized that the people you hang with, you are the company you keep, basically. And I just stay away from them and stay on the right path. I know that I can be a better person.
That was a very good statement, but let me correct you on one account. You knew when you were selling the drugs, it was wrong.
Yes, sir.
Don't say that you found out it was wrong. You knew it was wrong when you were doing it.
Yes, sir.
Warden, would you like to make any comments or remarks?
After he had his hiccup in 2019, he worked his way back to being a trustee, and presently is a trustee now. Like you say, he does have a GED. I don't know if he attained it while he was in prison.
Yes,
I guess. And he ain't been with a write-up since 2019, so he's doing okay.
How's his work performance?
He works presently due to the COVID stuff. He's not working right now because he's on a trustee crew, and they shut the trustee crew down. He worked on a litter pickup crew in East Louisiana Parish.
Okay. Thank you, Warden.
All right.
Mrs. Turner, would you unmute your mic?
Yes.
At this time, Mr. Ray, I'm going to let your mother make a statement on your behalf. Ms. Turner?
Hi, my name is Katina. I'm Marlon's sister, and I'm going to be
One second.
speaking on my mother's behalf.
Okay, so this is Ms. Couzin speaking on
Yes,
behalf
sir.
of Turner. Okay,
Yes, sir.
good.
The first thing I want to say is that you are absolutely correct that he knew that selling drugs was wrong because he wasn't raised that way. So he did know that was wrong. In the midst of the bad things that he was doing to selling drugs, he could have told you this himself, that the people that he sold drugs to, there were families that were going hungry because the father was on drugs, and he bought groceries and brought them to the mother and the children. There were men that were stealing. One particular time that stole Christmas presents from the home to sell to him for drugs or give to him for drugs. He took the gifts and he brought them back to the family because he knew. There were times when people's cars broke down, and he knew that the fathers were on drugs, and he would help them to get the car fixed. He even bought a tire for a lady. So he's a good person. His heart, he has a good heart, and he doesn't like to see children suffer because of the drug use. So those are some good qualities that he has, he had in the past, and I know that he still has them. The New Orleans Baptist Theological Seminary, I think in my heart that has helped him to become a better person, because I saw a change in him when he was taking the classes. His demeanor changed, the way that he spoke and his actions changed during that time. And he has expressed to us that he's done with a life of crime. And just like he said, he knows it was because he was being lazy, and he can make good money welding. And we are prepared to help him if he needs to take more classes so he can get recertified. We're here for him to help him. And we have explained to him that we're getting older. We're tired of going to the jail for visits, and we're done. And I hate to say it because it breaks my heart, but he has to change. If he does not change, we are going to cut him loose. There will be no more sending money and no more visits to the jail if this ever happens again.
Ms. Couzin, how far do you live from your mother?
Probably 10 minutes.
Good, because I think you're the right person to police him.
I have been very, very hard on him. My mother was a single parent, and she worked the evening shift, and I helped her to take care of him. Homework, bats, dinner, and everything. And he can tell you that I was very strict on him.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're very welcome. Thank you for your time.
Okay, would you please mute your mic?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Ray,
Yes, sir.
the law has just been laid down. Are you ready to become a law-abiding citizen
Yes, sir.
according to your sister?
Yes, sir.
Okay, at this time you can make a brief closing statement.
Just thank y'all for giving me this opportunity today, and I just hope y'all just have it in y'all heart to grant me this parole so I can get home to my family.
Panel, are we ready to vote?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, it's time to vote. Panel, are we ready to vote? All right, so we're about to get our votes in. Let me get the timer. Start the timer, and the poll is in the chat. This seems pretty cut and dry. It seems it looks like they want to let this guy out. Especially they seem very pleased to hear what the I believe that's his sister. Yeah, his mom is crying, but I don't know if crying help all the time. I don't know if crying helps all the time. They probably see so much crying. They probably see so much crying and ignore it all the time. Say crying never helps. I don't know. I don't think the crying is gonna help. Yeah, it's hard for them to be sympathetic. They deal with so much of these cases. But what she said made him smile, made the judge smile. They seem pretty much satisfied with some of the answers. They spoke like if they are gonna let him out. They the way they spoke as if they was giving him hope. They spoke as if they was giving him hope. So to sound so hopeful and still deny him, it would be like, wow, you know. I'm pretty confident that they're gonna grant him the parole. I'm pretty confident. It seemed like it went well. Yeah, it is only one person, but it seemed like it went well. It seemed like it went well. You know, they didn't laugh. I mean, the other two didn't laugh. You're right, but they, Miss Wise, you know, she's normally smiling. She's normally smiling. She don't seem to, especially when parents and stuff are talking. She does a lot of that smiling. You know, that's her poker face. We got 2 minutes and 10 seconds left to vote. It's pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. Exactly. She smiles and still denies, so that don't really mean nothing. I think they're all gonna vote yes. I think they're all gonna vote yes. I think overall they don't see him as much of a threat. I think the interview went pretty good. I think the interview went well. Yeah, yeah. It's looking real hopeful. I'm in good spirits for him. I'm in good spirits for him. I don't see any reason why they would surprise us right now. I don't see any reason why they would surprise us or surprise me, I should say. And the people that think that he's gonna get off, not get off, but get out, I should say. Because technically he's still guilty of the crime, but they're just gonna release him early. So we got 25 seconds left. How much time did he have left? I actually forgot. 10 seconds left to vote. All right, it's time to end the votes. Poll is now over. Poll is now over. Will the judges grant parole in this case? We got 26 votes. 100%. All 26 of the voters said that he is going to get off. He's going to be granted parole. So let's see how this one goes. Judges?
This is wise.
All right, sir. I was looking back at your file, and the panel, when you appeared in 2017, they made a note to reapply when you're eligible. And you didn't. It doesn't look like you did, but that's an indication to me that you had promised then. Somebody saw something in you then when we asked you to reapply. My vote is to grant because of your outstanding programs. According to the progress report from the institution, your institutional record is checked as good. And like I said, the outstanding programs, your judge is unopposed, and the length of time served. Special conditions. This is going to be a little new for you. And I want you to know that you, like your sister said, you'll be back if you don't abide by your special conditions. I want you to be evaluated by a substance abuse clinic and follow their recommendation. They might recommend general counseling. You may just need somebody to talk to. But invest that time in you. Go get evaluated. Go be transparent with the counselor. Your probation officer can help you get set up with the right clinic. There's a lot of clinics that go by your income. The state clinics go by your income. So if you have zero income, you don't have to pay anything. And go ahead and lay it out on the line so you can get the tools that you need to stay clean and sober and be a productive citizen. So be evaluated and follow their recommendations. I want probation parole to do random drug screens. You got a long time on parole. I want that over your head, that they could call you in at any time to and ask for a drug screen.
Yes, ma'am.
I like what your sister said you have been doing within your community. I want you to continue to give back to the community, doing 4 hours of community service a month, whatever you want to do. You can help somebody fix a car. You got kids, you got grandkids. You can do something involving them and include other people's kids. That's community service. And for the first 4 weeks that you're out, I want you to report weekly to probation and parole, because I don't want you to have a bad relationship with your officer. You need to understand that that officer is there to help you. And do you understand what I've asked you?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you call it back? What did I just say?
You wanted me to report the first 4 weeks to the probation officer weekly, 4 hours of community service, and substance. You want me to be drug screened, and one other thing.
Yes, one other thing. Be evaluated by a substance abuse clinic and follow their recommendation.
Ma'am, with the substance abuse clinic, that's like the inpatient program?
No. You will go in and talk to a substance abuse counselor because of your history with drugs, and that counselor will do an assessment, and that counselor will say, based on this, this, and this, I think you need this, this, and this. Okay. They are the substance abuse professionals. We are not.
Okay.
Let them evaluate. You said you hadn't used in over 10 years, and she might just say you need general counseling. You know, we don't know, but they are the treatment professionals. Okay. And I believe in going to a professional in any area where I need help.
Okay.
And let them tell me what I need, and then I'll follow their recommendation. No, sir, it's not inpatient, but she might recommend inpatient.
Okay.
Like I said, they're the professional.
All right.
They're not. Good luck to you, sir. That is my vote.
Mr. Marabella.
Mr. Ray, I was on the fence when I first read your file and your report. I will say that your community and family support is very impressive, and I was very pleased to hear the fact that you had the support that you have. I think you might be downplaying your drug abuse for some reason, maybe thinking that's a good thing for you. If you know, I don't really use drugs. So I believe if you've been using marijuana for a while, you used it for a long time, you got a marijuana problem. So you need to get treatment for that. I have sympathy for people, and I can understand sympathy for people who are drug addicts and who can't help themselves. I have no sympathy for drug dealers. Being a drug addict isn't necessarily overcome by willpower. You have to have treatment. You have to make sure you know what you're doing. Being a drug dealer is about willpower. You make a choice to commit a crime and potentially kill people. If you get charged again with drug dealing, it is very likely they will throw the book at you. Peter Garcia, who was your judge, is someone that I know very well. He's dead now. I don't know whether you knew he died or not, but he's dead now. Judge Garcia ran the drug court, and he was very sympathetic with people who were on drugs. And he was very hard on dealers. The sentence he gave you is because he knew you were a drug dealer. I hope that drug dealer stays in prison when you leave, and there's no more of that drug deal. I'm going to give you an opportunity to prove that. I'm going to agree with Ms. Wise and grant your, I'm going to vote to grant your early release with the special conditions that she's made and she's talked about. Mr. Wright, you need to stay away from drugs, marijuana or otherwise, because, and as you've learned, all of the people, the places, the things, the triggers that you may have, triggers other people have, coming looking for you. Oh, look where you are, here you are. You're in a different place now. You're moved from where you used to live. So I hope you abide by those things, and good luck to you.
So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marabella.
Mr. Marabella, you have any recommendations as to AA or NA?
No, I think your recommendations were spot on.
Before I vote, Mr. Ray, I'm going to tell you a fact of life. This panel has the power and authority by the state of Louisiana and the governor of this state to release you early. The only person that has the power to stay a free being is you. Think about that for a while. My vote is to agree with my colleagues, vote to grant under the conditions stated by Ms. Wise. And those conditions are, first, you have a curfew from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. You must get a substance abuse evaluation and follow all recommendations. You will be screened randomly at the discretion in AA meetings at least twice a week. You must report to parole and probation weekly for the first 4 weeks of your supervision. Community service, 4 hours monthly. Get with your parole officer and he can help you with that. Or get with your pastor, because I know you're going to church with your mother and sister.
Yes, sir.
You might be able to do something for the church. Finally, I'm going to add something that's already in the standard, but I want you to understand that you must maintain full-time employment. As my mother always said, I don't mind, it's a devil's workshop. So I want you to maintain that full-time employment, do your community service, abide by the laws of the state of Louisiana and the laws of Ms. Couzette. And you'll be all right.
Yes, sir.
You have received 3 votes to grant your request. Your request has been granted. You have a good day.
All right, thank you.
All right, Miss Pearl. Look at Miss Pearl. She's happy. All right. It's been granted. It's been granted. Yeah, we in for the long haul. I'm on to the next one. I'm on to the next one. This is content? All right. Let me get to it. Let me get to it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, on to the next one. All right, if you want to support this channel, you can support this channel through Wabbit Crime Network at Cash App, at Wabbit Crime Network at PayPal. You can hit the donation link at the top of the chat, or the donation link when Nightbot puts the link in the chat for the PayPal, or you can hit the super chat, or you can join the membership, or all the above. So this is how this works. This is a parole board. Inmate is here looking to get parole. He's going to be interviewed by the panel of judges. The judges will then decide whether or not they will grant him parole. They will vote on that. I will pause the video right before the judges vote and put a poll in the chat for the audience to vote. The audience will have 5 minutes to vote. Then I will end the poll and read the results of the audience. Then I will play the judge's verdict and see if the audience and the judges were in line. We are on to the next one, and I will be in the chat until it's time to vote.
Thank you, Ms. Teresa. Would the offender please state your full name and your Department of Corrections ID?
Brian Cockerham, 350596.
Hi, Mr. Cockerham, my name is Alvin Roche. I will be chair of the committee today. Will the other panel's members please introduce yourself?
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Tony Marabella.
Good afternoon. My name is Pearl Wise.
Let me explain the process to you. I will read some information into the record. Once that information is in the record, we'll conduct a parole interview with you. At the appropriate time, we allow the warden to make comments or have remarks. Then we'll let your daughter, Ms. Wilburn, make a statement on your behalf. At the very end, before we vote, we will allow you to make a statement on your behalf. Do you understand the process?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Cockerham, my records show that you are 47 years old. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you are a fourth felony offender.
Yes, sir.
Your present offenses are possession with intent to distribute marijuana. Second count, possession with intent to distribute cocaine. And you will be billed as an habitual offender. You were sentenced on 9/25/2007. Your parole date, in 1 second, let me verify this with your master record. Your parole date was October 2nd, 2010. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And your good time date is 1/7/21.
Yes, sir.
About 7 months from now. And your full term date is 1/2/22. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I have been assigned your case, so we're going to get started, okay?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to read off some information, Mr. Cockerham, and if any of that information is incorrect, you let me know, okay?
Yes, sir.
This is a rehearing. Your original hearing was on 11/12/19. Some six and a half months ago, am I correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were denied basically because you were dismissed from the state police barracks. It also stated that you had a history of revocations. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, this is a new panel, so tell us exactly why you were removed from the state police barracks in Zachary, Louisiana, which is the facility as far as offenders are concerned. I sort of say it's the cream of the crop, but it has a zero tolerance for misbehavior. So tell me why you were removed from the barracks.
Sir, I was working in a kitchen called Just Tech Development, and I was basically cleaning the meat processing pan that we stored a beef tenderloin on, and the beef tenderloin hit the floor. And we do practice safety and sanitation. So when I went to clean the beef tenderloin inside the bucket and grabbed the towel to wrap it up, the lady went told the lieutenant that I was trying to steal it. But when they counted the beef tenderloin, everything was counted for. And I was removed from there.
Okay, thank you. Brian, you're currently 47 years old and you've been incarcerated for 13 and a half years on a 15-year sentence. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
For the record, I'd like to state that you have been incarcerated for 90% of the judge's sentence. You've been revoked twice. How many times have you been on supervision?
Twice.
And you were revoked both times?
Yes, sir.
So the last time you were revoked was almost 14 years ago.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You have a moderate risk assessment score, which tells us that you have a moderate chance of reoffending. But the good news is I see you've earned 420 days of good time. Tell me about your programs.
Well, I took various programs between, really things changed for me when I took nurturing parenting. When I took nurturing parenting, that was a change on my life right then and there. Because I can be a role model to other family members and other fathers. And anger management, that was one of the first things I had to work on was my anger. And for living in balance, that came with the various programs I took since I've been incarcerated.
Well, you avoided the issues. Tell me about your substance abuse treatment. You are incarcerated because you were in the possession of cocaine, marijuana. Tell me what you have done to address your drug problems.
Well, for drugs, for my drug situation, I changed my people, places, and things. Now, I never had the use of drugs. I never did use drugs. I never did use alcohol. I just had a problem for dealing with those situations on taking care of my family. And that was the wrong mistake I ever did, which I could have went, got a job or whatever, but that fast money led me to situations like this. And I regret it each and every day.
Mr. Cockerham, tell me exactly who your family composes.
My children.
Are you married?
No, sir. I'm divorced.
Do you have children?
I have 3.
What are the ages of your children?
30, 28, and 26.
So the youngest one was about 12 and a half when you were incarcerated.
Yes, sir.
Were you supporting that child?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a full-time job?
No, sir.
Did you have a part-time job?
Yes, sir.
What was your part-time job?
Big pen construction.
Okay. So you're telling me you've never used marijuana? You've never used heroin?
No, sir.
You never used cocaine?
No, sir.
Not one time to experiment with?
No, sir.
So all you were at that time was a salesman for death.
Yes, sir.
And you ruined the lives of individuals trying to make your life a little bit more comfortable.
Yes, sir.
Have you ever heard the saying that a drug user has a disease?
Yes, sir.
A drug dealer is a criminal.
Yes, sir. Even worse.
You're worse than a drug user.
Yes, sir.
So tell me about the drug treatment program that you've completed, because I'd like to see drug dealers complete that program so they can actually see what dealing drugs has caused their community.
I had a group they called.
Sir, I'm not talking about a group. Have you taken a substance abuse program?
Yes, I have, sir.
Tell me about it.
Well, I did a lot of paperwork, consist of AANA about my life history in selling drugs, not just harming other people. I made a mistake, sir. I really did. And I regret that mistake each and every day of selling drugs because
Sir, I hate to stop you. I don't usually stop an offender, but you're not answering my question. NAAA are meetings where each and every offender support each other and help them to overcome.
Okay.
I asked you a question, and the question was, what organized substance abuse program have you completed?
Cajun Rage, living in
anger management.
Look, you went through Living in Balance.
Living in Balance.
1 and 2.
1 and 2.
And 16.
In 2016.
Thank you, Warren.
You're welcome.
I'm sorry, sir.
So what did you get out of Living in Balance?
I got extremely a whole lot out of Living in Balance, sir. Part 1 and part 2. I got a whole lot.
Okay. Tell me what you got.
Really, basically, not to go back and do what I did, what got me in here. I forbid what got me in here.
Did it touch upon what you were doing as a drug dealer to your community?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Did it sink in?
Yes, sir. Very.
Warren Booty, I see the last disciplinary write-up was on April 30th, 2018. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Warren, would you like to make any comments or remarks?
Yes, since we got him from state police, he's been no trouble with us. He presently works for the Louisiana State Senate down at the Capitol. He works for them. What do you do down there, Cook?
I work for Senator Cortez, President Cortez.
Works for the Senator President Cortez, and he's no problem with me here.
Thank you, sir. And Mr. Cockerham, I think the most important factor that I'm going to deal with is that you've served over 90% of your sentence, and we don't see many offenders doing that. Mr. Marabella.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Ms. Wise.
Sir, just clear this up for me. One place I saw you had a certificate of completion, and another place I saw high school diploma. Which one is it?
I got my high school diploma at Alice C. Fauché.
Okay, you graduated high school?
Yes, ma'am.
Class of what?
90, 91.
So you got a regular high school diploma? You were in regular classes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure. And I also just want to state for the record that you are a Pride member there at DCI. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to commend you for that. That's good.
Thank you.
And you answered my other question. I wanted to ask you which senator you was working for, and that got answered. That's all I had, Chairman.
Thank you. At this time, Ms. Wilborn, would you unmute your mic? At this time, Mr. Cockerham, I'm gonna allow your sister, Mrs. Wilborn, to make a statement on your behalf.
My daughter.
Oh, daughter. Oh,
Yes.
okay. Well, yeah. I missed that. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's
And-
okay.
And you are his
I'm
oldest
his youngest. I am his youngest daughter.
youngest daughter. Okay.
Yes.
Would you give us the statement, please?
Yes, I feel though as if, I mean, like you said, you stated I was young when he was incarcerated. So I feel though as if he have learned more. We have a better bond. Me also, I have 6 kids. And yes, I have 6 kids. My sister, she has 4. My brother has 6 also. So, and he has been, I feel though it's in my heart that I know that he has become a better person. He's basically my best friend. So it's just, I mean, I feel like he learned that we didn't have him. So I just feel though he learned from his mistakes and he's a better person than he used to be. So me not knowing him so as long, but now I mean we have a bond that's just it's beautiful, and I just hope that for the sake of my kids and just his grandkids. So I just feel though it's in my heart that he deserves just a second chance. Everybody do.
Thank you, Ms. Wilborn.
Thank
And
you.
a mother of 6, you must stay busy.
Yes, all day, every day.
Okay. Mr. Cockerham.
Yes, sir.
Review your transition plan. Where will you live and where will you work?
I'll be working for Jose Morales auto repair shop, and I will be staying with my youngest daughter right there.
Okay. And dollars have a tendency to keep you straight.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I have 3. I have $3, I know. Especially the youngest one. Okay. Panel, are we ready to vote? Well, let's hear from Mr. Cockerham first. Mr. Cockerham, make a brief statement to close the hearing.
Sir, I'm just overwhelmed because I got this opportunity again, and I would not let my family down, my children down. Thank you, sir.
Panel, are we ready to vote?
Yes.
Panel is ready to vote. Chat, are we ready to vote? All right. Will the judges grant parole in this case? See what you guys think. Will the judges grant parole in this case? I think it's clear. It's another one of those. Today seems like a good day for some of these guys, man. What's all these ones? What's all these ones about? Yeah, man. I got hope for this guy. The daughter said 6 kids, and she was like, yes, 6 kids. And then she started dropping some more numbers, and I was like, man, it's a lot of numbers. So that's a big family. Y'all ready to vote? Oh, that's what the one is for? Shout out to y'all. You guys are funny. You would cry every time. I don't think you should go there enough times for it to be every time. After you cried that one time, man, that should be enough for you. You should be good on that. Shout out to the chat, the interactive chat, man. Putting ones in the chat. I'm confused. I'm over here like, what's these ones? What are these ones in the chat? What is this for? Yeah, we got a hopeful one. He's gonna go, be with all his big family. I don't know. Judge Marabella don't seem too impressed for some reason, though. I don't know his facial expression, because he don't like drug dealers. he expressed that he don't like drug dealers, man. And you know, the other two might grant it, but Marabella might just be like, you know what? Nah. Thank you, Angelina. It's like it's personal. Yeah. You know what? What if the judge might have a personal story where drugs affected someone in his family or something like that? Cause he doesn't really have no sympathy for drug dealers. He kind of like he's not impressed. Look at his face. He's not impressed. It's personal with him. Yeah. Yeah. They be giving these guys a lot of time for these drugs, man. These drug offenses get you in trouble. Yeah, I mean, it's 90%. So definitely at 90%, come on. I mean, unless he's just a real jerk and they don't like his attitude and they'll be like, you know what, just finish your sentence. Because that happens. That happens. Oh, his daughter was on? Wow. Wow. Now that's personal. There's a lot of racist judges. Yeah, I mean, you got all kind of judges, but got to try to make sure you uphold the law. That's the main important thing. So, wow, that's very that's very close to home. Your daughter, yeah, if this is his situation, that would be very personal, very personal. We got 40 seconds on the clock. Get your votes in if you haven't voted yet. Get your votes in if you haven't voted yet. 30 seconds left to vote. This one seems cut and dry. 15 seconds left to vote. This one seems cut and dry. Pretty much closed case. Case closed. 5 seconds. And the polls are closed. The polls are closed. So we got 26 votes. Will the judges grant parole in this case? 100% of the of the voters said yes. 100%. 26 people said yes. Yes. The judges will grant parole in this case. You guys are very confident. This is the second time I've seen a unanimous decision in the chat for the day. You guys are very confident. I'm confident with you. I'm with you on this one. Judges?
And I will go first because this case was assigned to me. And let me get the vote sheet. Well, first of all, let me deliver my decision. Mr. Cockerham, you have served 90% of the judge's sentence.
Yes, sir.
You have completed 420 hours of good time. You only got credit for 360, but you continued in programs. You completed programs. You have no comments by all law enforcement. They chose not to oppose or to be in favor, but they had no comments. And that's good. And you've had no disciplinary write-ups since your last hearing. Based on those factors, my vote is to grant your request today.
Thank you, sir.
The conditions after release, you'll have a curfew from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. I want you to do community service. And I want you to do that with the at-risk youth.
Okay.
There are a lot of teenagers between 13 and 17 that's about to get into the drug business. Because you see that as a way to make money. I want you to talk to those individuals and tell them about your experience. You've been incarcerated for 13 and a half years. You have an experience. You can be a source that will deter a youngster from going down that same road.
Yes,
Get
sir.
with your parole officer. Get with your pastor. I know you're going to go to church every Sunday with your youngest daughter.
Yes, sir.
And there's always room to do community service at the church.
Yes, sir.
And I want you to attend AA meetings twice a week.
Yes,
I
sir.
know you've never used drugs in your life, but you have affected so many lives by selling drugs. I want you to see what happens to people when they're addicted to drugs. And by talking to individuals that are drug pushers and users, it may be a way for you to stay away from the temptation if it ever arises again.
Yes, sir.
I'm not doing this to you personally. Every person that tells me I've never used drugs, I've only sold drugs, had a condition to attend AA meetings as long as I'm on this committee on parole.
Yes, sir.
You understand the conditions?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Marabella.
Mr. Cockerham, I've listened very closely to the questions. I didn't have any questions. All of my questions were answered. I'm very concerned about the fact that you were dealing drugs for so long. All of your arrests, basically, many years ago, all were drug related, according to you, and I'll accept that answer from you. You are a short timer. You don't have much time left to do. I concur with everything that Mr. Roche has said, especially I like the idea that you do community service with at-risk youth, because two things: it can teach them and it can teach you what you've done. And I certainly hope that you have learned your lesson while you've been in prison. And my vote is going to be to also grant an early release with the same conditions as Mr. Roche has outlined.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Mrs. Wise.
Mr. Bryant, I concur with Mr. Roche and Mr. Malabella. My vote is to grant for the reasons already been stated on the record. I do note that you already have an approved residence plan, so processing you out probably won't take very long. And I also want you to involve your grandchildren in your community service and make sure that it's something that you might be able to involve them in as well. Don't leave them out.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, good luck to you, sir. My vote is to grant as well.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
And I agree with the conditions outlined.
Mr. Cockerham, you received 3 votes to grant your request for early release. Your request has been granted. You have a good day.
Thank you, sir. I have a blessing.
Oh. Look at Pearl. You see how she do? She give thumbs up and all that. She give thumbs up and all that. Shout out to Pearl, Mrs. Wise. Yeah, so you guys did good. It was unanimous. It was unanimous. It was. Unanimous it was. So good job to the chat. You guys did good. You guys did great. Wonder how you gonna do on this one. All right, if you'd like to support this channel, you can support this channel at Wabbit Crime Network. Sorry, at Wabbit Crime Network at Cash App and Wabbit Crime Network at PayPal, or you can hit the donation link at the top of the chat, or the donation link that Nightbot puts in the chat for PayPal. You can also super chat and or join a membership, or you can do all of the above. So this is how this works. We're watching a parole board meeting, a parole board case hearing, I should say. The inmate is up for parole, and they're going to the parole board. They're at the parole board with the panel of judges, and the judges will decide whether or not they will grant them parole. They will interview the inmate, and when they finish the interview, they will vote and decide whether or not they will grant parole. So, I will pause the video right before the judges vote and put a poll in the chat for the audience to vote whether or not they think the judges will grant parole. I will leave the poll for 5 minutes. Then I will end the poll and read the results of what the audience thinks. Then I will play the judges' verdict, their votes, and see if the audience was in line with what the judges said. And I want to thank you to Yvonne. She gifted 5 memberships to the Wabbit Crime Network. Shorty XOXO was gifted a membership by Yvonne. Mad Max 250 was gifted a membership by Yvonne. Toby Kaiwu was gifted a membership by Yvonne. Sonia B was gifted a membership by Yvonne. And Tora Hayes was gifted a membership by Yvonne. Thank you, Yvonne, and thank you to all the new members. Welcome to all the new members. All right, so we're on to our next case, and I will be in the chat until it's time for the judges to vote.
Mr. Chasson, let
Yes,
me explain the process to you. I will read some information into the record. Once that information is in the record, we will conduct a parole interview with you.
Okay.
At the appropriate time, we'll ask the staff or the warden at Dixon Correctional Institute to make a statement on your behalf.
Okay.
At the very end, before we vote, we will allow you to make a brief statement on your behalf. Do you understand the process?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chason, you are a 3rd felony offender. You are billed under offender law for obstruction of justice, possession of a firearm, or carrying a concealed weapon by persons convicted of certain felonies. Possession with intent to distribute marijuana, and possession of heroin between 28 and 200 grams. You were sentenced on November 17th, 2005, and your sentences were 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 15 years, and those are running concurrently. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Your total sentence is 15 years.
Yes, sir.
Your parole date was 4/17/2016. Your adjusted good time date is 7/6/27. And your full term date is 7/16/27. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So you've only worked 10 days off your full term date, and your good time date is on 10 days less.
Yes,
Is that correct?
yes.
So I'm anxious for Mr. Marabella to start the questioning because if that is correct, you've done little or no programs, but we'll get to that during the interview. Mr. Marabella.
Thank you. I'll start with that. Let's talk about why you only have 10 days of credit.
Actually, I'm waiting on credit as of right now. All my paperwork was submitted. I finished 2 classes and I'm waiting on the good time to be calculated. I was currently in the STR program. So it's a waiting process right now. I finished the classes. I was just waiting on the calculation.
So you've done some programs, they just haven't put it in the computers yet.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, let's talk a little bit about your history. All of your charges, or most of your charges, are drug related. Tell me about your drug use.
Well, I started drinking first, then using marijuana, and I ventured
How
off.
old were you?
About 14, 15.
Okay.
Then I ventured off into heroin, which led my back and forth to incarceration.
When did you start using heroin?
Around 17.
All right.
And that what led to my back and forth incarceration, just dealing with that addiction, and just a constant,
well,
just a constant battle.
It looks like your first arrest, at least what I show, is 95. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Drug related. You've been arrested on a number of occasions. You've been supervised 3 times. 2 of them have been revoked, and your last one was terminated unsatisfactorily. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Tell me what's changed or what's different now about you. Who's to say that we don't let you out today? You come back, you don't do very well on supervision. Tell me why you believe you'll do better on supervision this time.
What I came to understand is I can't use no mood altering substance. That's my downfall. And I accepted a way of life, but I can't use no mood altering substance. So I know I have to get in the program and stick with it. I have to get me a sponsor, and I just and just stay focused. One day at a time. I have to have supervision. I need that hope and that encouragement. I need that structure.
When you were structured and supervised, you performed poorly. You were revoked, you got new arrests, and you were terminated unsatisfactorily. What about what you've gone through will change that?
Going through the STAR program, it helped me acknowledge a lot of things I didn't deal with within myself. It made me, accept, things I've been harboring, which was incorrect thinking.
Tell me about your incorrect thinking.
I twisted right and wrong up. I literally twist right and wrong up, and the program really helped me, sort those things out. A lot of, perspectives I had was totally off, and I was living that out. So when things came up against me, I went back, my thinking was already wrong. So I went back to it, but this program.
Now you came before the parole board in November of last year.
Yes, sir.
And at that time you were denied because of lack of programs, and there were some law enforcement objections. It was suggested that you do substance abuse, anger management, and a few other things. Now, since then, you've done the STARS program. You enrolled in STARS?
Yes, sir.
What other programs were you enrolled in?
Living in balance, job life skills, and substance abuse.
And those are the ones that haven't been put yet into the computer.
Yes, sir.
Back in 2012, I'm sorry, 95. In 95, it looks like you pled guilty to possession with intent to distribute cocaine, and you were put on active supervised probation, and a special condition was to do the drug court. Did you do that at all?
I believe I started because if I can remember, I had to pay fines. So I know I started it. Like I said, I got, I started using heroin again and I drifted off. But I know I started it because I had to pay fines, if I can remember.
How long were you using heroin and how often?
It was an everyday struggle for a few years.
How many friends do you know that have died as a result of heroin overdoses?
A lot. Since incarceration, I didn't heard of a lot of people that died. A lot.
You realize you could certainly be one of them.
Yes, sir.
How are you going to be able to control your addiction if you get out?
I have to stick with a program. I know they have one at the church I attend. I have to stick with a program. I have to keep my faith-based initiative. I have to, that's the only way I know on a day-to-day basis I'm able to stay sane. I got to stick with my faith. I have to stick with support groups because it's working. It's working. I ain't picking up. One day at a time, I'm not picking up. It's working.
Tell me a little bit about your conduct while you've been in prison. When was the last time you had a write-up?
It was in 2018.
And what was that for?
It was Rule 4. A Rule 4 low code write-up. I was in a commissary and the officer was calling my name and I didn't hear her. And one thing led to another. It was like, so, she just told me that you just leave because I didn't hear my name being called. So I just left.
You're currently an orderly in the chapel?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been doing that?
Since I've been in DCI for about a year, almost a year.
You're also a Pride member, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're a member of Kairos?
Yes, sir.
Tell me a little bit about that.
Well, Kairos was a beautiful experience. Actually, it really helped me experience love inside incarceration. It really did and helped me come to terms with forgiveness. So I really, that's another program I would like to stick with too. Cairo's been a help. A big help.
You indicated a little while ago, a few minutes ago, while you and I were talking, that you really need support. Do you believe that you can fight this addiction alone?
No, I need help.
No. Do you go to AA meetings or have you gone to any sort of meetings while you've been in prison?
Yes, I go to AA and NA. And I'm currently in a STAR program and those programs help. They help.
All right, court is called.
Tell me what you get out of the AA meetings.
Strength from each other. The openness, the willingness to change one day at a time. It's really, you get strength from them. You get strength from each other.
What are some of your addiction triggers?
I believe my surroundings played a factor.
my surroundings played a big factor. You know,
And you have you.
And the
You're
people.
going to be living with your mother if you get released?
Yes, sir.
In New Orleans?
Yes.
And you have a job with Gibson's Electrical Services?
Yes, sir.
Do you have experience working? What is your work experience?
I'm a journeyman right now doing electrical work. That's one of my goals, to get my license if I do get the chance to get out.
Now, did you learn that skill in prison, or did you have that skill when you came in?
I had that skill when I came in.
So you're a journeyman electrician?
Yes, sir.
Tell me why I should give you a chance and vote to release you early. Just in about a minute, very short.
I believe and I know in my heart that I can be productive in society. I can contribute. I don't mind working. I don't mind helping. I can be an asset to society. I made some mistakes, and I'm ready to be the man God created me to be out there. I mean, just one day at a time. That's all I can do. The best that I can do, God enabled me to do, one day at a time. Take care.
Thank you very much, sir.
Ms. Wise?
I want to hear from the institution before I ask my question.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Assistant Warden Bruce Costin. I can say that Chason is one of our better offenders, and just piggybacking off what he said, he did receive a low code write-up, which is a disobedience, and he only got 2 weeks no use of telephone. So I think that was pretty good. He hadn't had no write-up since 2018, and he is a Pride member, a program that we offer when you don't have a write-up within a year time, so you become a Pride member. And as he said, he also have a certificate in Kairos Inside Weekend program. He completed that. The STAR program, criminal addiction, he did complete that with a certificate. And also as well as the participation in the 6-month AANA, which he has a certificate in that. And he also have a certificate in the gospel, according to John, 16 weeks American Bible Society. So he completed that, as well as the 1-year Kingdom Character Program. So with that being said, like I said, he's one of our better offender, and I believe that if he given the opportunity, he will be an access to society.
All right, thank you, Warden. Thank you. Mr. Chase Sutter, how much time have you served?
Almost 8 years.
Almost 8 years, okay. And you said something about the STAR program. Are you in the STAR program, or have you completed the STAR program?
I'm pretty much completed. I've been in there 4 months. The way the program is, by me not really being sent out by the parole board, it was like I'm in the class, but I don't officially have a timeline on when it's completed. Am I making sense?
Nope.
Most guys that go in there go with the recommendation from the parole board. So they got a timeline on how long they stay.
Yeah, it's 6 to 9 months. It's 6 to 9 months what they tell us to tell them. Right.
So by me going as a pretty much, offender already, not recommended, I was in there for 4 months already.
So you're a volunteer?
Exactly.
Okay. And have they made any suggestions to you about what you need to do to stay clean and sober at release?
Yes, yes, they made some suggestions.
Can you tell me what they are?
Uh, like I said, we often talk, she showed us about addictive thinking, criminal thinking, how to change it around. And, it's, the program really helped me, write a journal and really get inside myself and deal with those things I had hidden and open them and be honest with myself. And also we talked about the Vivitrol injection, which is helpful.
Is that something they're gonna recommend for you or what?
Yes.
Have you had an injection?
No, ma'am.
Okay. That's all I had, Chairman.
Mr. Chasson.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to be very honest with you. I have two concerns. First concern is you've been incarcerated for 8 years and you wait until the parole board denies you for an early release to start taking programs. Why didn't you start taking programs from the very first day you were incarcerated?
Actually, I started taking programs maybe around 2015 because I was in Winfield Correctional Center.
Okay.
And the classes were limited. They didn't have too many classes. All they had was a lot of faith-based. And I participated in all the faith-based classes. I was a mentor in the faith-based. So I did, I did everything that was allowed to me at the camp. Then I came to DCI and, I got in everything here.
Okay. You've been in some pretty bad places. Winfield, Riverbend, okay. I see it. Now, my other concern, have you taken a class called Cage Your Rage?
Yes, I started it, yes.
Yeah, have you completed it?
No, I started it at East Carroll. From East Carroll, I came to Dixie.
So before you had a chance to complete that class, you got transferred?
Yes, sir. I was almost finished. Then they shipped me to DCI.
With the violent offenses that you have on your record and the firearm charges that you have on your record, I'm not going to vote to release you until you have anger management. Warden, are you still, our class is still going on?
No, sir, not at this time. Due to the
So no anger management, just no good time classes right now.
No, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do, Mr. Chasson.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna rely upon Judge Mr. Marabella to give me some guidance. But you will take anger management before you release or soon after you release.
Yes,
because
sir.
if you are released, anger management is going to be required as a condition of your parole.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Okay. If there's no more questions, we've had remarks from the warden. It's time for you to make a final statement.
I think if you're given the opportunity.
Well, no, Warden. It's time for Mr. Chasson to make
Okay, Chasson.
I just pray for another chance, like I said, to be the man God created me to be in society. I understand I made some bad decisions. I understand I can't use any mood altering substance. I have to stay focused. I have to, stick to my support groups. I have to, continue to take care of my family. I don't mind working. I don't mind working. I don't mind helping. I know I can be productive and stand strong and be the man God created me to be, one day at a time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are we ready to vote?
Yes, I'm ready.
Thank you. Are we ready to vote? Are we ready to vote? Let's get this on the road. Let's get this show on the road. All right. Hold on. Will the judges grant parole in this case, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, did I drop the poll? What just happened? Oh my goodness. All right. Poll is in the chat. Time has started. Get your votes in. Will the judges grant parole in this case? Yes. It's pretty simple to me. This one is another simple one. It seems like it's a good day for a lot of these guys. Seems like it's a good day for a lot of them. Seems like he's gonna go. Seems like he's gonna go home. He's gonna go home. When I looked at him at first, just looking at him, I said, nah, he's not gonna go home. But when I listened to him, I said, you know what, he might go home. Yeah, I'm pretty confident with this one. I'm pretty confident. I mean, the judge was ready to make him stay in there until he finished that program, but that program don't exist. He can't take that program during that time because this is during COVID. So he can't take that program during that time. So the judge would have really been like real mean to force him to stay in there until he could take that program. That would have been real. That would have been like, come on, judge. Why you doing me like that? Why you gotta do me like that, judge? So the judge kind of softened up his stance on it a little bit. And he's basically like, I'm gonna take a chance on this and all that. You know that kind of talk. It sounds good. He's giving this man hope. We already know Pearl gonna give him some hope. That's what Pearl do. You know what I mean? So, I expect Pearl gonna give him some hope, and then she gonna take it away. But it seems like this one is gonna be a unanimous. I have a strong feeling that this one is gonna be another unanimous. Yeah. I want to thank everybody who's participating in the votes. I want to thank everyone who sent donations. They were received, and they are appreciated. I want to thank all the new members and the gifted members and the people who gifted memberships. I appreciate that. Check out the Wabbit Discord, the Wabbit Crime Network Discord, and feel free to add some crime content. If you come across any news articles or anything like that, any links, you can share it in the Wabbit Crime Network Discord. It's a place for crime-related content, not for too much other stuff. It's pretty much gonna be consolidated to that type of content, that type of information. Conversations should be limited to that type of stuff. Yeah, and this wasn't during C-19. This is 2020. This is May 2020. So I believe COVID was still in effect at that time. Yeah, this is a couple years ago. This is a couple years ago. This is going on 4 years ago. We got 45 seconds left to vote. If you haven't voted, get your votes in. $30 seconds left. Will they grant parole? Will they grant parole in this case? 15 seconds left. 5 seconds left to vote. And 1. And the polls are closed. The polls are closed. Will the judges grant parole in this case? We have 24 votes. 70% said yes, they will grant parole. And 29% says no, they will not grant parole. Well, we have a majority that says yes. And let's see what the judges say. Judges?
Mr. Marabella.
Mr. Chasson, I've reviewed your record. Obviously, you have had a serious heroin problem for a long time. I am cognizant of Mr. Roche's questions, and very good questions. And that is, why did you wait until the parole board told you, hey, you should be taking these classes? You should have been doing that all along. But sometimes we start late. Sometimes we got to be hit over the head with a board before we pay attention. Apparently, the parole board got your attention. And it sounds like from the program, the STARS program that you've been working on, you've gotten a lot out of it. It's been very beneficial to you. It's impressive to me that you're a Pride member. I am familiar. I've never been involved in it, but I'm familiar with the Kairos program. I've had students at the law school who volunteered to work at that program. It's an excellent program, and I'm very pleased to see that you worked in that program. You have a good recommendation letter from your chaplain. The warden has given you a good recommendation. You have a good employment plan set up for you. I do share, however, Mr. Roche's concerns about anger management. I do want to see you take an anger management program. Based upon all of those things, based upon your actions, based upon the programs that you've taken, I am going to vote to grant a parole to you with the following special conditions. Number one, that you obtain and continue your substance abuse treatment. I want you to get an evaluation and follow whatever treatment is recommended by them. I want you to attend 3 AA meetings per week for the first 6 months. I also want you to be under a curfew from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. Only exceptions would be for work, church, or other conditions of your parole supervision. I'm also going to order that you get a substance abuse that you attend an anger management class. They've got several types of anger management classes. I'm not talking about a 1 hour thing. I'm talking about a fairly significant anger management program that your parole officer will be able to assist you and recommend to you. Now, you mentioned Vivitrol, the potential of Vivitrol injections. Vivitrol may very well be something that ultimately you may need. I do not want you to take that upon yourself. I want you to make sure that if in fact that is recommended for you, it's absolutely with the knowledge and awareness of your parole officer. You understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. That would be my vote.
Thank you, Mr. Marabella. Mrs. Wise.
Sir, I concur with Mr. Marabella. My vote is to grant for the reasons and on the condition that he already stated. But for the first 4 weeks, I want you to report weekly to your probation and parole officer. For the first 4 weeks. That is my vote.
Thank you.
Broadcasting
Mr.
live day
Casson.
and night, talking to
Yes,
J.
sir.
Marie, hoping she
You
throws
have
you a bone or
received
two.
2 votes to grant your request. I too will agree with my colleagues this afternoon, and I will grant that request with the following conditions. First of all, you'll have a curfew from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. You must enroll in an anger management program upon release. Not a class, not a one-time for all. You must enroll in a program. Get with your parole officer. He will have places and times where you can enroll. You probably will have to do this at your own expense.
Okay.
You must attend NAAA meetings at least 3 times a week. You must have a substance abuse evaluation and follow all recommendations. Is that one of your conditions, Mr. Marabella?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And I'm going to add that you have random drug screens at the discretion of your parole officer. And the last one was added by Ms. Wise, that you report to your parole officer weekly for the first 4 weeks. Is that right, Ms. Wise? Do you understand?
That's correct.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
You have received 3 votes to grant your request. Your request for early release has been granted. You have a good day.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, you see Miss Pearl always smile afterwards? Hey, listen, don't let her fool you. All right, man. His request has been granted. The majority of the chat was right. You guys were on the money, most of y'all. So, we're almost done here. We're almost done. Not yet, but almost. Thank you for everybody that's stayed and stuck with me the whole time. We rocking out. Literally. All the people rocking out. We are almost wrapped up. Let me see. All right, now if you want to support this channel, you can hit me. You can support this channel at Wabbit Crime Network at Cash App and at Wabbit Crime Network on PayPal. You can hit the donation link at the top of the chat. If you want to donate that way, you can click the link that Nightbot puts in the chat for the PayPal. If you want to donate that way, you can hit the super chat through the YouTube, and you can join the membership, or you can do all of the above. So, how this is gonna go? We're gonna run through this real quick so y'all know how this goes. We are watching a parole board hearing. Inmate is up for parole. The judges will interview the inmate, and then they will vote and decide whether or not they will grant parole to the inmate. Before the judges vote, I will pause the video and put a poll in the chat for the audience to vote on whether or not they think the judges will grant parole. I will put the poll in for 5 minutes, then I will stop the poll at 5 minutes and read the results of the audience. And then I will play the verdict from the judge, and we will see if the audience was in line with the judges. So, I'll be in the chat with everyone else while we listen to the case, and I'll be back when the judge is ready to vote. Let's go.
Mr. Roche?
Yes.
This is the case for Benjamin Gotke,
Yes.
DOC 328995. We have no other participants.
Good afternoon, Mr. Baki.
Good afternoon.
Good. My name is Alvin Roche, and I'll let the other panel members introduce themselves.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gotti. My name is Tony Marabella.
How you doing, sir?
Good afternoon. My name is Pearl Wise.
How you doing, ma'am?
And we compose your panel for your parole hearing today. Let me explain the process to you. I will read some information into the record. Once that information's in the record, we'll conduct a parole interview with you. At the appropriate time, we'll ask the warden to make comments or remarks. And at the very end, we will let you make a statement on your behalf. You understand the process?
Yes, sir.
And just let me get your case up, and then I'll read the information into the record. According to my PPI report, you are a 8th felony offender, but according to your master record, you are a 6th felony offender. Which is correct?
6.
Okay, so you're a 6th felony offender, and you are billed under the habitual offender law for simple burglary. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were sentenced on 5/22/14. You received a 20-year sentence at hard labor. Your parole date was 5/25/16. Your adjusted good time date is 1/25/2031, and your full term date is 5/25/31. Is that information correct?
Yes, sir.
Your case has been assigned to Mr. Marabella. Mr. Marabella.
Mr. Gottke, you have done how much of your sentence? 7 years? You've been in prison this time for 7 years, is that correct?
No, sir. 10 years.
You were habitually, your sentence, your habitual offender sentence was in 2014, is that right?
Yes, sir. I was in the jail
2011 up until that date.
Tell me a little bit about the programs that you have done while you've been in prison.
Well, I really haven't done any. When I was at Jonesboro, I was on maintenance, and they didn't have any type of programs there but GED, and I couldn't participate in that because I already had my GED. But I worked on maintenance there, and then I asked the warden to ship me to DOC, and he sent me to Allen Correctional Center, and I worked in the cell blocks from there.
You have been convicted a number of times. Although you're a sixth offender, you've actually been charged and convicted for many, many felonies. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about those. In 1988, you were charged with tampering a motor vehicle. You were placed on probation. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
How'd that end?
I went through the probation. I cleared.
Didn't get revoked?
No, sir. I don't
You
believe
didn't
it.
get rearrested and get revoked? You don't remember that?
80. That was 88.
1988.
I can't remember that far back, sir.
2090, you were placed on probation. In 2090, while on probation, you were convicted of numerous felonies and sentenced to 6 years. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 1993, you were ultimately paroled and transferred to New Orleans. You remember that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And then in 1994, you were arrested for and convicted for a business burglary and got 2.5 years in New Orleans. You remember that?
Yes, sir, I do.
You paroled and went back to North Carolina.
No.
And you got revoked.
I stayed here.
You got revoked because of new convictions.
Yes.
In 2010, you got a parole discharge and you went to Lafayette. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then in 2011, while on parole, you got arrested for 2 counts of simple burglary and got revoked in 2011. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
How many felonies have you actually been convicted of altogether?
I really couldn't tell you, sir. I have no idea.
25, 30?
Possible.
Why should I vote to give you an early termination? You have not performed very well at all on supervision. Every time you've gotten out, you've committed more crimes and been sentenced back to go to prison.
Well, I lost my leg, so I'm in a wheelchair. I have cirrhosis of the liver, so I can't drink or do anything anymore. And I have grandkids I haven't seen, and I'd like to sit at home with my girls and my grandkids and try to help them as much as I can about not getting locked up and doing what's right, you know.
Well, why should I believe that will happen?
Well, I know I've hurt a lot of people by doing what I did. Because, you know, they was trying to do for their family, and I interrupted their lives with breaking into their business. And
Mr. Gotke, your record suggests that when you were charged with these 3 burglaries, which led to your habitual offender status, you were on good time parole release for 22 other felonies. Is that accurate?
What they actually did, they cleared the books on me. So anything that happened in areas that I was at, I had to sign a plea agreement.
So they messed you over. They made you sign, they made you admit to all the crimes they couldn't solve. Is that what you're telling me?
Half of them, yes. The other half, I was drinking and taking pills, so I really don't know what I did and what I didn't do.
Well, how is that going to change?
Well,
Why should I believe that's going to change? You haven't taken any programs. You haven't done anything to address your pill taking and drinking. Why should that suggest to me that that's going to change?
Well, I'm in a program called The Pillars. It's a group of bunch of guys that try to get their lives straight. I've been to the AA and NA meetings here before this COVID thing hit. I've been to reentry and parenting and that stuff. I have a certificate here. And then I haven't had any write-ups for about 15 months.
Tell me about your write-ups. What were your write-ups for?
For fighting. They have no tolerance for even push and shove, which that's what it was. And
well, one of your write-ups was for contraband. What was that for?
Smoking some dip.
One was aggravated fighting. What is that about? What's the difference between fighting and aggravating fighting?
I have no idea. I didn't know that I was got wrote up for aggravated fighting.
Judge Maribel?
Yes.
There are 2 write-ups, a number 10 for fighting and a number 11 for aggravated fighting. Aggravated fighting is when that offender initiated the encounter.
I follow you.
Yeah.
What have you done for, you said a lot of these crimes were committed because you used pills and such. What kind of drugs have you used in the past?
Mostly pills, painkillers, and drinking. Which the nurses and the doctors here told me that if I want to keep living, then I can't drink or do any pills or anything else, any type of drugs, because I have that cirrhosis of the liver, and they explained to me how the liver works. So in order to watch my grandkids grow up, I can't do it. Plus, I don't want to die.
All right, I think that's all the questions that I have.
Mrs. Wise.
Okay, sir, how long have you been in the wheelchair now?
A little bit over 2 years.
So that would be in 2017?
The beginning of 2018, I believe it was.
At January or so of 2018.
Yes, ma'am.
And that was due to what?
My leg was broken in half, and my hip was broke, my left hip, and they couldn't fix my leg. So on the third surgery, they had to amputate it, and they fixed my hip.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Okay. I'm sorry to hear that.
Thank you.
So you'll be you'll be getting into disability if you're successful today. Your plan is to seek disability benefits.
Yes, ma'am.
Have they started that process there in classification?
No.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah, I did see that you did have a hospital stay in 2018. So I think it must have been 2018.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I was just curious in I think in North Carolina, does the day May 24th of 2011 mean anything to you?
May 24th
of 2011.
2011. No, ma'am.
You were in North Carolina.
Yes, ma'am.
And it seems like you went on a crime spree that day and broke in about 3 places.
Yes.
Is
I
it
don't.
coming back to you now?
No, ma'am. It's. I have a hard memory.
Okay.
I was in a car wreck and it split my skull back and give me a blood clot in my brain, bruised my heart, broke some ribs, broke my knee, crushed my ankle. So it's a little hard for me to remember way back then.
Okay. So it sounds like it's a miracle that you are alive.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you don't treat the miracle too well, but it sounds like it was. But on that day, according to the records that I read, I can't view the records right now because of the way the screens are set up. I mean, you burglarized about 3 businesses in one day. And I just, that just really stood out in my mind. I wrote down crime spree on that day. Right. I don't know if anybody told you, but all law enforcement, they was contacted about your current conviction or opposed to your early release. They're against your early release. And you have 1 victim that's against your release and 1 victim who is not. Again, there's nothing you can do about that. I just want you to be aware, of the information that we have to consider. I just wanted to inform you of that.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all I had, Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Wise. Ward, would you like to make any comments or remarks?
Oh, yes, sir. Offender Gaki report, conduct report does indicate that he had 3 write-ups in 2019. And one of the write-ups was March the 2nd, which was a 10 instead of 11, aggravated fight. It was changed on his conduct record, where he did receive a suspension for that particular write-up. And also he received a Rule 4, which was March the 15th, if I'm looking at it right. And he received 3 days loss of canteen privileges. And April the 18th, which was his last write-up, he also received a Rule number 4, which was disobedient, which he received a sanction of 4 days, no yard. And I do see where he got a certificate that he completed for 100 hours of pre-release. And pretty much that's all I have on it. And he also is a Pride member of Dixon.
So what he made Pride in April, I guess, huh? Or May, as it should be.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Which was the date on it?
May the 15th, 2020.
Okay. Yeah, he just, okay.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Warden.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Gaki,
Yes, sir.
would you like to make a final statement?
Yes. I know my record looks bad. I've been on the street since I was 14, uneducated, can't spell, can barely read. And so when I was growing up, we was very poor. We didn't have nothing. So to get money, I started breaking in and became a vicious cycle of breaking in stuff, taking money. And I know it was wrong, and I heard a lot of people over the years by doing it, but I wasn't caring about nobody but myself. And now that I've been locked up 10 years, I do a lot of thinking, and if I could repay them people, I would. My mom only gave me one good advice. She told me to get a job in the kitchen. You never go hungry. So I became a chef. And so I haven't been hungry so far.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are we ready to vote?
Yes.
Are we ready to vote? He's a chef. He's a chef. All right, let's get to it. Will the judges grant parole in this case? Will parole be granted in this case? It's a pearl in her laugh. So yeah, I say no. I say no. Listen, but this guy got injuries, bro. My goodness, this guy been hurt everywhere for everything. He lost a leg. I'm like, well, where did he lose his leg at? Like, did it fall off somewhere? So he said he don't remember stuff. He said, man, this dude is doing all bad. I don't think that matters to them. I don't think it matters to them. Clearly, if they don't feel sorry for his injuries, he going back in. He's getting in trouble all the time. Like, bro, you injured. You are disabled. How you still getting in trouble? Sheila B, I'm trying to figure out if he dropped his leg somewhere or what. He told me he lost his leg. I'm like, lost it? Like lose? Like can't find it? So, the way people say things. But get your votes in. Get your votes in. Let's see what you think. Let's see if you agree with Judge Marabella and Judge Roche and Judge Wise. See if you guys see it the same way. Oh, really? You was in prison with people with no legs? Hey, I mean, it don't matter what your condition is. Prison got a place for you. Don't think that because you got issues that prison ain't got a place for you. They got a spot for you. No matter what your ailment is, they got a spot for you. So yeah, some people think because they got certain disabilities that they're gonna get to bypass jail, they would handcuff you to a bed. Or have you at the hospital, like a hospital jail. Like, do they have that? Is there like a jail, like a hospital jail with it's like a hospital for people that that's in jail? Is that the infirmary? You got 1 minute and 40 seconds left to vote. Get your votes in. Infirmary, okay. I mean, hey. I said, hey. But a lot of people did get off today. A lot of people got granted parole. The chat was wrong a couple times. And you guys was right a few times, quite a few times. But it was some interesting cases. We had quite a few number of cases today. We rocked all the way out. We rocked all the way out. We got 55 seconds left to vote. They'll send you back to the dorm. So it's hospitals, yeah. Oh, the hospital is at the Hunts Correctional Facility. You got 30 seconds left on the clock to vote. Yeah, get your votes in. I appreciate the audience participation. You know, the experience wouldn't be the same without the participation. If nobody voted, then it would be a whole different show. It would be a whole different experience. So I appreciate it. We got 3, 2, 1, and the poll is closed. The polls is closed. We got 18 votes. Will the judges grant parole in this case? 55% said no, and 44% said yes. So you guys are kind of split. It's pretty close. I don't see why. Well, I guess the people that says that he's gonna get it. I guess you guys think that. I think you guys think that the injuries matter. I don't think so, but we'll see. Judges.
Mr. Marabella.
Mr. Godke.
Yes, sir.
Based upon your very lengthy criminal history, you don't even remember half of the crimes that you committed. The records reflect that you were out. You tell me, well, I pled to a bunch of things just so they can clean up their files, but you were out on 22 separate felonies when you were revoked at one point. Your supervision history is abysmal. Every time you got out, you came back in. Your risk assessment is scored as moderate. That surprises me, but that's what it says. And you've had numerous write-ups over the last 5 years for contraband, fighting, two fightings and a disobedience. The judge, all law enforcement officials, and most victims are vehemently opposed to your release. Based upon all of those things, I'm going to vote to deny your parole.
Ms. Wise.
Mr. Benjamin, as has been stated, you had 3 write-ups last year. I urge you to, you finally made prize. I just urge you to kind of stay the course of where you are and write back as soon as you're eligible for a rehearing. But today I agree with my colleague, and my vote is to deny for the reasons already been stated on the record.
Mr. Godke?
Yes, sir.
I am in full agreement with Mr. Marabella. Your supervision history is abominable. your extensive criminal background, and most of all, that was in the past. But the 7 write-ups that you received in the last 3 years between 2016 and 2019 is totally unacceptable. When you're incarcerated for 9 years, you said 10, but your master record says 9. I want to see some improvement. If those disciplinary write-ups were 6, 7 years ago, I can say this offender has improved his behavior. But you've had 7 disciplinary write-ups in the 3 years, 2016 and 2019. It's unacceptable. For those reasons, I agree with my colleagues and vote to deny your request. You have received 3 votes to deny your request. Your request for early release has been denied. You have a good day.
Man.
You too.
You too. Yeah, you call that denial. That one is denial. All right, we've been here for a while. We got one more. We got one more, and that's it. I ain't gonna do it to y'all more than that. We on our last one. All right, we are on our last one. So, I appreciate everybody for sticking out, for spending all the time. We've been live for hours now, rocking out with the crime content on the Crime Network. We rocked out. We definitely rocked out. It's gonna be different stuff too. I got other things coming as well. Got a lot of premieres though. Got a lot of premieres coming. Yeah, I spend a lot of time checking this kind of stuff out too. Plus, I got to do a lot of research and get information on some of these things. So I got to edit and all that other stuff. So I appreciate everybody. Now, we are in our last case for the night. And if you want to support this channel, you can support this channel at Wabbit Crime Network at Cash App, Wabbit Crime Network at PayPal. You can hit the link, at the donation link at the top of the screen in the chat. Nightbot is also putting a link to the PayPal donation. You can super chat. You can join memberships. You can do all of the above or just pick one. So how this works, we are watching a parole board hearing. The inmate is up for parole. The parole board judges will interview the inmate, and they will then decide whether or not he will be granted parole. They would vote and decide whether parole will be granted. Before the judges vote, I will pause the video, and the audience will get to vote. I will put a poll in the chat that asks the audience, do they think the judges will grant parole in this case? For 5 minutes, the poll will be in the chat, and then I will end the poll and read the results of the audience. Then I will play the results of the judges to see if the judges and the audience were in line. We've been having a great time. It's been a great experience. We've been here for quite a while, enjoying ourselves. And this is our last case for the day, so we'll see how it goes. Let's go. Let's watch this case unfold. I'll be in the chat until it's time for the judges to vote.
Time we'll allow the staff at Dixon to have input if they wish. At the very end, before we vote, we will allow you to have make a statement on your behalf. Do you understand the process?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Martin, you are a 3rd felony offender. Your current offense is distribution of marijuana. You were sentenced on 3/18/14. You received a 15-year sentence at hard labor. Your parole date was 4/1/2014. Your adjusted good time date is October 4th, 2024. Your full term date, 7/1/25. Is this information correct?
I believe it is, sir.
Ms. Wise?
Thank you, sir. I guess we're gonna finish our conversation where we started on June 10th of 19, when you were scheduled for a hearing. Were you present that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And we had to give you the bad news that you were not eligible because of time calculations.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And I also, when I see that, I immediately go to the dictionary reports and see how the person did after hearing says adverse news. And I see it didn't impact you in terms of dictionary write-ups. You still are showing 2 write-ups, and the last one was June of 2018. I want to commend you on that. You kept it together.
Yes, ma'am. I want to mention the.
Well, I was going to mention that, Ms. Wise, but y'all are already aware of that. So just the fact that I believe he had gotten granted last year, but then the calculation with his time issue came up. So I was just going to mention that. But
well, I don't have where he got granted now. I just have where we didn't have a hearing on it.
Let me just
in the packet that we got, we don't have a grant.
His master record states that he was denied on September 10th, 2019.
Unless we were coming back to fix something. I don't see anything before September of 19. Were you before the board before that?
On 6/10/2020.
he was granted on 6/10/19, and then I believe we came back in September to fix the decision of June.
Oh, okay, okay.
So actually, it was a rescind hearing.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Oh, are you showing the? Do you have the vote sheet there with you?
I do not, Ms. Wise. All I have is the vote sheet from the September 10th, 2019 hearing.
Yeah,
That's
no,
what
I
I
was
have.
asking the institution. I was asking the institution, do they have the vote sheet?
We do.
Okay.
Maybe they can fax it to somebody in here. Well, we should have it, but do you have the vote sheet, ma'am?
We have the one that's in y'all's database. Can you email it to Teresa? We're gonna email that to Teresa.
Well, and then she can email it to us then. Okay, okay, good.
Okay. Madam.
Yes, sir.
Can you read the reasons why the committee granted him on June 6th?
Yes, sir. Let me go look over here.
Mr. Martin.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember who's on the panel in June of 2019?
I think Ms. Wise was one person.
Miss Wise,
Ms. Kershaw.
Mr. Jones, and Mr. Kelsey.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Okay, and what was the reasons why they granted him?
They granted him due to good programs.
Okay. Ms. Wise, you take the lead.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, we're back to where we were in that you in that you haven't had any write-ups and we don't see any changes since our last hearing. For the purpose of record keeping, there are some things we're gonna have to put on the record. So some of these will be because of that.
Okay.
I'm showing 390 days of program. So tell us a little bit, call out the program you've had.
I have a letter. Can I read that?
Yeah. At the end, you can read your letters right now.
Okay.
Unless it's in there.
Living in balance, pre-release, reentry, Cager rage, NA, AA, Bible courses. They have Bible courses and things like that.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
And I'm sure we talked about your intoxication where you lost the 90 days in 2015. We talked about that, I'm sure, last time, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and go ahead.
It was because of medication. They just had changed my medication on me, and the people, the administrator thought I was high on something.
Oh, okay. Now I do remember that scenario because we don't get that scenario too often. So now, if you were successful today, where would you live and how would you support yourself?
I stay with my mom, and I will support myself. Lawn service. I do lawn service, painting, a little bit of everything. Kind of like the jack of all trades.
Good. Okay, good.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Warden, can we hear from you?
Yes, ma'am. Offender Martin, he's one of our better offenders. Haven't had any trouble out of him, and I think he have done good up until this point. Haven't had a write-up since 2018, so I think that's pretty significant there. And was a Rule 5, which he got a suspended sentence for that for 90 days. So other than that, I think he would, if he granted an opportunity to go back in society, I think he would be an asset out there.
And he's been a trustee since October the 1st of 18. Is that correct?
Let me see if that's me. Just give me 1 second, man.
Work in the kitchen.
Huh?
Work in the kitchen.
You're a trustee, though, huh?
October 1st, 2018.
October.
Okay.
October 1st, 2018. He's been a trustee.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's what my record show, but I just wanted to make sure.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all I have, Chairman.
Mr. Marabella.
Mr. Martin, it seems, it looks like even since your Ms. Wise questioned you and said that she was proud of you for having no write-ups, it seems like even though while you didn't have any write-ups, you also completed another program since the last time you were before the parole board. Is that right? Is that the anger management course?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me ask you, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say I'm still in AA and NA. I'm still taking those classes as well.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. Do you take medication, prescription medications?
Yes, sir.
What kind of medications do you take?
I take Zyprexa, Zoloft, and Depakote.
And do you have how long have you been in prison?
10 years and maybe 2 or 3 months.
And how often do you take those medications? Daily?
Daily, yes, sir.
Okay. If we grant your parole, you're going to need to make sure that you continue to go to your doctors and make sure that you take those medications as prescribed. You understand?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You've
Most
got
definitely.
someone that's going to be able to assist you in getting there and doing those things?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. My mom.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's all. That's all the questions I have.
Okay.
Mr. Martin,
Yes, sir.
let's have a brief statement. Keep it very brief because when you're ahead of the game, you don't want to mess up.
Okay. That's pretty much my letter that I had to read was, just a little bit about the classes that I've taken and my self-control, accountability, integrity, and morals and principles for rehabilitation programs that I've taken that has given me this type of this frame of mind, and to allow God in my life to really allow me to focus on what I need to do and how I need to do it, and the people that really stuck by me during my course of time incarcerated was my family, and those are the ones that really matter the most. And using my medication is I'm just saying that I'll continue to, use my medication as I've used it here. It's causing me to be appreciative of life and giving myself more credit and reward than what I used to do. And that's about it. And one more, to help a younger generation keep from making the same mistakes I made. I pray that you give me that opportunity to. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Martin,
Yes, sir.
your last case today, and the old saying is they always say the best for last.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Statement was well worded and I think very sincere.
Yes, sir.
Are we ready to vote?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Why?
And sir, you've
All right. It's another one that seems like pretty cut and dry. Let's start the poll. It's our last one for the day. I want to thank everybody for their participation. Mm. All right, the link is in the chat. Get your votes in. Oh, so yeah, I don't see much pushback on this one right here. You said they cleaned it up. You love Miss Pearl? Yeah, Miss Pearl, she listen, you gotta love Miss Pearl. She just seems so lovable. She just seems so lovable. I haven't seen her get upset yet though. I haven't seen her get upset. I wonder if she's still pleasant when she's upset. Cause she'll even when she denies you, she does it real pleasantly. And she still tells you stuff like, next time, I hope that you be able to, pass it. I'm like, wow. Except one leg. Yeah, that day was a good day for the inmates that day. They probably was high fiving when they got out. It was like, man, this was a good day. The guy with the leg, yeah, that wasn't yeah. I don't think that was gonna work out. Mm-mm-mm. Uh, all right, so how much time we got left on the timer? We got 2 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. In her position, yeah, it's admirable in her position and the empathy, yeah. And rain check, man. Yeah. I enjoyed today. Today was one of the longer days. Today was one of the longer days, but long days are pretty good. Very interesting, very interesting. Look out for the premieres that's coming. The premieres, of course, the premieres are not gonna be as long as these. The premieres are gonna be straight to the point, straight to the meat and potatoes. You know. So some of them might not be that long. They'll probably be less than 30 minutes long. Some of them will probably be more than 30 minutes long, but for the most part, a lot of them will be less than 30 minutes long. But I will be putting out multiple in one day. So at least, or if I can't do multiple in one day, I could at least do probably one. We're gonna have a lot more crime content. The bigger projects, I need to take the time to really get it done. We got 25 seconds left on the clock to vote. If you haven't voted, this is the time to get your vote in. After this live is over, I will be going to eat. I ate before the live started. And now the food is wearing off. 3, 2, and 1. Time to end the poll. All right. Poll is ended. We got 18 votes. Will the judges grant parole in this case? 88% of the people said yes, they will grant parole, and 11% said no. So we got a small majority that thinks that parole will not be granted. And a large percentage thinks that parole will be granted. So let's see how this goes. Judges?
You were ready. You've appealed. This is your third time before the board. So I guess from June, September until today. My vote is to grant because of you have a low title score, you have good programs, positive comments from the warden and the classification staff as to how well you're doing.
Thank you.
I agree with what you said about doing something for the younger generation. That sounds right to me. Special condition that you do 4 hours a month of community service in whatever way you find necessary.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. But if they can help a senior citizen, you can mow some grass, you can whatever you can do. And make sure that I think before you leave there, they should give you a sufficient amount of medication to last you.
That's right. Yes, ma'am.
So follow up with your mental health appointment. They're going to give you one.
Yes, ma'am.
And it is a condition of your parole that you maintain your mental health appointments.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And a curfew from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. Unless you're working or in church.
Okay.
And that is my vote.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Mr. Marabella.
Mr. Martin, Ms. Wise had indicated earlier, and I said it a little bit when I talked to you, you could have crashed when it looks like you were going to get paroled and all of a sudden the rug was pulled out from under you. You didn't do that. You persevered. You did more positive things. I concur with everything that she says. I will vote to grant your early release as well as the same conditions that she had. Now, you indicated to me a little earlier, and I'm going to ask this question. I guess I can. Have you had any sort of a substance abuse issue? You talked about taking substance abuse programs and such. Have you?
Yes, sir. I have drunk alcohol in the past, and I see that where it would cause to my incarceration be because of that. And I based it on that, the reason why I'm taking NA and AA.
Okay. Well, I'm going to simply add as a condition that you obtain a substance abuse evaluation and you follow their recommendations. If they suggest you continue to do AA meetings, then I'm going to recommend that you do that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, Mr. Martin, I think the day has finally come. You're eligible for parole, and you had 3 votes to grant that parole. So basically, you had 3 votes to grant your parole. Your parole is granted under the following conditions. First, you have a curfew from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Yes, sir.
You do community service 4 hours a month.
Yes, sir.
Get with your pastor, get with your parole officer. They can help you do that.
Okay.
You must keep your appointments, keep all of your mental health appointments.
Okay.
And it's required.
Yes, sir.
You must get a substance abuse evaluation and follow all recommendations.
Yes, sir.
I'm not going to put NAAA meetings down unless that substance abuse evaluation suggests or recommend that you do so, and your parole officer will take care of that.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Hello, members, are there any other conditions?
Nope.
Well, Mr. Martin, your parole has been granted. You have a good day.
Thank you, sir.
You will get paperwork to sign so you'll know your conditions.
Thank you all.
You're welcome.
God bless.
You have a good day.
All right, you too.
You have a good day, sir.
Mr. Roche, can we adjourn?
Yes, we can. Thanks to the staff at Dixon, and the Committee on Parole will be adjourned. It is May 28, 2018. Time is 3:19 p.m. Thank you, Dixon.
All right.
Teresa?
We did it. We did it. I want to thank everybody for coming out, and we did it. We rocked out. We finished all of them. We had great participation. People voted, and I think we got great results from that. We are about ready to get up out of here. I appreciate everyone for coming. Thank you for all the support, the super chats, donations, memberships, the voting, the people that hit the like button, the new subscribers, the gifted memberships. And with that, I'm gonna give a shout out to all the members, and then I'm gonna be out of here. And until we see each other again on the next time I go live. Tora Hayes, all the members and new members, Tora Hayes, Mad Max 250, Sonia B, Draco, Toby Kaiwu, Shorty XOXO, T, Lovey Star, Grow Rich ENT, Queen of Three, Egon Breezeblock, Nene Faye, Sugar Bear, Lucy, Fats TV, Bree, Top Monster Gaming, Sheila B, Miss Eve, 27 Durin, Thad Tias, It Is What It Is, J Dub, Katana, Dana Maria, D Grant, Alif CJ, Colby Knows, Distracting One, Gems I View, Long Live EA, Tesh Aziz, Highly Favored, Uncle L, Go Getter, Relly Time TV, Sunrise 71, Steve A, The Real Geechee 67 RCL, Trey Spectives, Evolve May, and Courtney Peach. I want to thank everybody for coming out, and I will see you guys again on the Web and Crime Network.